never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Are you ready? All right, ready or not, ready or not. Here we go. Hi there, made it to Hump Day. Only see, 12:02 Eastern Time as we're into a Thursday. The rest of the country, from time zone to time zone, will be joining us as we've got a full 5 hours coming your way. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Bunker, Cincinnati, Ohio. Heard around the world, overnightriveradio.com, tncradio.live, wherever you might be. All right, some of our friends along the eastern seaboard, soggy night. If horse feathers ain't in the rain yet, he will be. At least we're not talking any severe weather, just general spring-like showers stretching from central New York. Much of the eastern half of Pennsylvania. Rains about to begin moving into New York City. That zone from New York to D.C., no rain yet, but it's all creeping your direction. Rains extending all the way down into southern West Virginia, central portions of Virginia. And we've got a few clusters of heavier showers. Nothing widespread, but down in south central Kentucky. Rolling on 75 through southern Kentucky, you may roll through a few showers there. Only area we're looking at severe weather tonight is a line of thunderstorms that is pretty much prompting severe thunderstorm warnings along the entire length, stretching from north of Dodge City, Kansas. Dodge City, this line of storms is going to be knocking on your door in the next 30 minutes or so. That line extends, producing severe weather through the Oklahoma Panhandle right into the northern portions of the Texas Panhandle. Again, so pretty strong storms in the mix there. Meanwhile, out west, wind. We just can't get a break from the wind and the dry conditions. Red flag warnings, widespread. We're southern portions of Nevada, northern Arizona, most of New Mexico, most of Colorado, western portions of Kansas, right up through central and western portions of Nebraska, all under red flag warnings, which means windy conditions. High wind warnings then for southern and western portions of Wyoming, much of western Montana, looking at windy conditions. And oh, looky there. We've got some winter weather advisories and winter storm watches in place for areas west of Denver. We were talking about that last evening. Get ready for another shot of old man winter. Areas from, say, Fort Collins all the way back to Steamboat Springs, southward through Georgetown and Fairplay. Again, just to the west of Denver is where you've got your winter storm watches and winter weather advisories. We'll break that down for you coming up here. First, let's start with the potential for more severe weather here following destructive thunderstorms that tore through the central states last Thursday, 1 week ago today. We are monitoring the next potential round of severe weather in a similar area. We had quiet weather in place across the northern plains and the upper Midwest for several days. The silence was broken in part of the plains with strong storms and high winds, large hail that broke out on Tuesday of this week. A much more widespread threat of severe weather is forthcoming today, Thursday. The most notable period of severe weather begins later today from northeastern Nebraska to northern Wisconsin. Hail, damaging winds, flooding, and tornadoes will all be possible. This is an area of the country still trying to recover from last week's storms. Many of these areas were recently hit by destructive winds. If you'll recall, last week, it was an actual derecho, long-lived, severe, straight-line winds, and maybe more vulnerable than normal to severe weather. Structures and trees that were compromised by last week's storms may be more susceptible to additional damage if you're already looking at things in a weakened state. Now, this event is not expected to come anywhere close to the intensity and magnitude of what we saw 1 week ago. Additionally, the worst of the storms should be slightly to the east of where the worst damage was sustained last week. But if you're going to be out there moving freight, motorists along portions of Interstate 35, 80, 90, and 94, be wary of ponding and reduced visibility with torrential rains. The severe threat will end in the upper Midwest come Friday, but that risk then just shifts further east. And not only will the zone shift eastward, but it will also extend much further to the south. Intense thunderstorms may fire over a broad area of the central U.S., stretching from Texas all the way to Michigan come Friday. Now, the good news would be the tornado threat will be very low on Friday, but flooding, downpours, hail, and damaging wind gusts will be the concerns. Chicago to St. Louis, all the way into the Dallas area, just a few locations that may have severe weather to contend with come Friday. Now, that risk on Friday is going to be fueled by a potent jet stream and a surge of heat and moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. This heat and moisture is going to expand northward ahead of a cold front. There you've got the clash of the air masses as the cold front progresses eastward over the weekend. Some locations in the Northeast may actually, prior to any storm arrival, you may be talking some of the hottest temperatures so far this year before that front arrives. And yes, we may actually be talking some areas looking at close to triple-digit temperatures in the Northeast, fueled by more heat that would be typical of July rather than May. Severe weather may continue further east this weekend. Looks like by early next week, storms may be focused primarily back over Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. You may see some desperately needed rain even in western portions of those states, which are extreme to exceptional drought, according to the U.S. Drought Monitor right now. Yeah, how about the temperatures? What are we looking at? Highs ranging from the upper 80s to middle 90s are on the way for close to 100 million people in the Northeast this weekend. You're going to suddenly be talking about stifling heat, more like the middle of summer kind of heat that'll be felt from Ohio to North Carolina and all the way up into Maine. In many areas, the heat and humidity this Saturday and Sunday probably going to be the hottest you've seen since last August. Some of the hotter days of summer. And in some areas, record highs that have stood for more than 100 years could be broken. Daily record highs that have stood since the World War II and the Great Depression eras will be challenged. Let's take a look at Philadelphia. Temperatures could approach the record of 95 degrees that has stood since 1934. That would be on Saturday. In both Raleigh, North Carolina, and Albany, New York, daily records for Saturday set in 1941. The record for Raleigh, 96. The record for New York State Capitol would be 91. There in Albany. Could break those records. Now, in a few cases, the heat could be the most intense since the summer of 2020. The predicted high in Richmond, Virginia, Saturday is 99 degrees. Yeah, highest temperature in Virginia's capital city during the summer of 21 was 96 in June and July. The last time the thermometer there had readings in the upper 90s or higher was all the way back in the summer of 2020, July the 28th, when you had a high temperature that hit 101 degrees. Also, the last time Pittsburgh recorded temperatures that are forecast for Saturday was 2 summers ago, August the 25th of 2020. You're forecast to hit 93 degrees on Saturday. That would break the daily record of 92 that dates back more than 100 years. It was 1911. Temperature of 92 was recorded last on June the 28th and 29th last year in the Steel City. Now, when you combine the moisture, the humidity, and the strong May sunshine, that'll make temperatures feel even warmer. Dangerous levels above 100 degrees, especially during the midday and afternoon hours. So there you go. Weather conditions have ranged from stormy to less than ideal in coastal areas of the mid-Atlantic over the past 2 weekends. But for those who've been yearning for a weekend getaway at the beach and maybe a way to beat the heat, Friday, Saturday, Sunday may be good days to do so. Anywhere from North Carolina all the way up into New England. Finally, some good weekend beach weather. Now, predicting temperatures within a few miles of the Atlantic Ocean or the bays can be kind of tricky. The chilly water holds temperatures back by a few degrees, anywhere from a few degrees to a dozen or more degrees, provided you've got the sea breeze. Now, in some cases, it can get downright chilly along the beach with those persistent winds. But Saturday, temperatures likely to surge quickly during the midday hours. They may fall back a bit during the afternoon. Areas where you have a sea or a bay breeze, Atlantic City, New York City, Boston, some of the population centers that may have the cooling effects from the ocean waters later on Saturday. But experts say if you're headed to the beaches this weekend, be mindful of those water temperatures, which are well below what you're going to see come midsummer when you would typically see this kind of heat. So you'll have to be mindful of the dangers of cold water shock. I mean, you're out there, it's 95, feels like 100 degrees, and you think, I'm just going to dive right in. And that's what you call cold water shock. Okay, so ready for a bit of a taste of summer there for our friends in the Northeast. Hello to Kim. Good morning, she says. High pressure pumping. Let's do it. There's Richard from Central Florida with 72 degrees this morning. Hello to Steve. Copy in the mail, Chevy Guy. Joe Self on board. Morning, Steve, and all the overnight drive listeners. Tuned in here in Winchester, Virginia. 64 degrees. Some showers tonight. Everybody stay safe. Have a good night. All right. Morning to Deborah. It's a nice 61 in Indiana. We got plenty of rain yesterday. Hoping everybody stays safe out there, especially my special driver. Have a terrific Thursday, everyone. Good afternoon. Hammer down. There's Larry, of course. Morning, Steve from Tallboy. Back in the saddle after being off for 3 months after being involved in a wreck. All right. Well, Tallboy, hope you're fully recovered. Ready to get back in the saddle. Pappy says, rain, go away. Yeah, our rains have kind of cleared out. Yeah, looking at 64 degrees out the secret bunker at this hour. Actually beginning to see some of the stars shining through, waiting for the moon to come on up here. Icebreaker is on board, listening in 73 degrees in Northern Virginia tonight. Hello to the Dipsy driver. Hello, Steve, and all the great listeners. Mostly dark and a little fog. It's 53 degrees here in mid-Michigan as we're on our way to 77 for a high Thursday. Looking forward to another great show as always. Hello to Linda. Oh, that's Lucky Penny. Hi, Lucky Penny. Good morning. I'm doing okay. It's sure lonely. Ranger Jack's been gone 8 months already. I'm not up much at night, but enjoy all the chatter, and I love you all. All right, Lucky Penny, yes. I don't know, does it get any easier with the passing of time? Difficult. Things just changed in the snap of a finger. Horse feathers. Don't worry, I'm in the rain. I'm in the rain already. Thank you to the AccuWeather gods. How the hell am I supposed to rototill the garden? Well, yeah, all this wet weather. Hey, it looks like, hey, you're probably going to warm up, dry out this upcoming weekend. It may dry out enough to rototill the garden there, Horse Feathers. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. 71 degrees. Going to be a hot one tomorrow. But I'm off to get a checkup and the eye doctor. I'll be loading on Friday, heading out Saturday from McAllen, Texas, then delivering Monday, then on to Phoenix for Thursday. Yeah, figure I'd get to Phoenix Tuesday, maybe take Wednesday off, reset my hours. So everybody, have a great night. Be careful out there. Hello to the overnight crew from South Carolina. Jan is on board. We've got a high of 94 predicted for Thursday in upstate South Carolina. Oh, my. Rockfrick, morning, Steve. Truck drivers, third shift workers, and fellow insomniacs. 51 with clouds here in Rochester, New York. I'm wide awake, enjoying the show on YouTube this morning. Stay safe and enjoy. There's John Ferguson checking in from Bowling Green, Kentucky. Dipsy Driver responding to horse feathers. He said, you better double the size of your garden horse feathers. You see the predicted food shortages? All right, there's Santa Claus morning from the Ontario East Petro, where we've got 68 degrees. I'm going to play in the traffic at 0300 hours. Santa Claus out. Hired gun on board. I need to be looking at making a garden myself, but I've only got a steep backyard. I may have to bring in some dirt and terrace it off. All right, Dean is on board. The word on Fox is the puppet and his handlers have dissolved the Disinformation Board, or the Ministry of Truth. And the crazy leftist woman who was supposed to be running it has penned her resignation papers. That is correct, Dean. Yes, they dissolved the Disinformation Board this past day. All right, we've got the full story over here. That's pretty much the full story, but we'll break it down. Hello to the hired gun. Morning, everybody. 73 clear from Kingston, Georgia, USA, the most historic town east of the Mississippi that nobody's ever heard of. Okay, Kingston, Georgia. Everybody keep it painted side up. All right. Good to have you on board. It's 844-844-3388. Do we have a winner in Pennsylvania? The latest count, Dr. Oz with 1,241 vote lead, which represents 0.1% of the vote over McCormick. Obviously a recount is forthcoming, right? 0.1%. But there's still ballots to be counted. And would you believe there's some problems in Pennsylvania with mail-in ballots? No. Say it isn't so. Haven't we heard that before? Problems with mail-in ballots. I believe something to the tune of 20,000 ballots. We've got problems. They can't be scanned. All the details coming up. That and so much more as we roll into a Thursday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, get your calls coming up here at 844-844-3388. Yeah, the Ron DeSantis official page. Little blurb this past day that says J.P. Morgan. You know, like the bank folks. So J.P. Morgan Chase. J.P. Morgan sees gas prices rising to an average of $6.20 per gallon by August. Now, we just clicked over $4.50. We're talking regular gasoline here, not diesel. We just surpassed the $4.50, $4.52, whatever it was, day before yesterday for the national average for gasoline. And $6.20. Now, what about diesel? J.P. Morgan is forecasting diesel hitting $9 per gallon. They're also seeing a 50, maybe 60% increase in food as well. Wow. Prepare for economic chaos. How can these things be happening in this country? All right, on a brighter note, I saw that little blurb this past day on Facebook. They had shared it there. Hot Shot Secret. We talked to when Kyle filled in for Chris Gabrelchik. Yeah, Friday a week ago, first Friday here in the month of May. He was kind of alluding to we've got a new product. It's not a new product. They've had the Gasoline Extreme, which was supposed to be the best of the best. I think it was, but they've taken it one step further. And they're looking for some folks to test the new product. If you'd like to be a product tester for a Hot Shot Secret, they posted this past day. The first 200 people can sign up to be product testers. Go to hotshotsecret.com. No doubt there's the link right there. I have no idea how many. I probably won't take any time at all. Hell, they may have 200 that have already signed up, but give it a shot, right? But be looking forward to the new and improved, I guess would be the word. Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme for the everyday automobile. Rich shared an interesting piece this past day. Photograph. We've seen the big windmills, the wind farms that are popping up more and more around the country. But this is a photograph of the wind farm in Mount Pulaski that's been running for 3.5 years. That's it. It's relatively new, right? They've been replacing the generators on all the wind towers. Now, there's more than 100 of them in this wind farm. So evidently, the lifespan on the generators on these things must be 3 or 4 years. Now, it takes 12 semi-trucks and trailers, a 9-axle, 500,000-pound crane, as well as a 100,000-pound crane and 12 pickup trucks to change each generator. This is a huge amount of diesel fuel being used to just maintain these wind towers. But the wind company would like you to believe they're all being fueled by magical fairy dust. All right, yes, wind energy. All right, a painstakingly slow count of the mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania, the high-profile Senate Republican primary, remains too close to call. Very nearly a dead heat between Dr. Oz and David McCormick. Of course, Oz endorsed by former President Trump, leading by a mere 1,241 votes. But that, again, is a 0.1% lead, according to the latest tally by the Decision Desk headquarters. Counting of mailed ballots is again drawing scrutiny amid yet another important election in this key battleground state. The latest tally came with 1,337,000 and some change votes counted thus far. That's an estimated 95% of the total. But the whole total is unknown because of the mail-in balloting. And that tight margin means a likely recount, as it's automatic. It's mandated if there's less than or equal to a 0.5% between first and second. And again, it's 0.1% right now. Now, Trump posted on his Truth Social that Dr. Oz should declare victory. It makes it much harder for them to cheat with the ballots than they just happened to find. They just happened to find what? The following headline: Pennsylvania Senate race turns on 21,000 unscanned mail-in ballots. Why do they remain unscanned? Well, there was some sort of a printing error. What happened? More on that coming up. Let's get a news break here on a Thursday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Mortgage demand is plummeting in the U.S. Mortgage applications to purchase a home dropped 12% on a weekly basis and are down 15% compared with the same week 1 year ago. Joel Kahn with the Mortgage Bankers Association spoke to Fox Business.
What we have is housing prices that keep going up because the supply is way too low compared to the number of people who want to buy homes. If you compound that with the fact that interest rates keep going up, the cost of a monthly mortgage, if you're just buying that house that you thought 2 years ago you were going to purchase, it may not be affordable right now. So, the market has to kind of find an equilibrium. The challenge is that this is all happening so quickly.
Since the start of this year, rates have jumped 2%, the fastest pace of growth since May of 1994. And ex-Minneapolis police officer Thomas Lane has pleaded guilty to manslaughter in the death of George Floyd. This is USA Radio News.
Hey everyone, this is Mike.
And this is Brian with Fellowship Home Loans. For years now, we've helped thousands of families live the dream of home ownership. And it's always great to hear from them.
I would highly recommend this company because they are quick and very easy to work with. Did a really good job and saved me a lot of money in the process.
At Fellowship Home Loans, we don't have clients. We have friends and family.
They were amazing. They are unbelievable. And I think they're just not going to do what they did for me. I think they will do it for anybody. They will just go beyond just to help you.
If we can help you, give us a call at 800-535-2779. 800-535-2779 or online at fellowshiphomeloans.com.
We are here to help. No pressure guaranteed. 800-535-2779.
I would say Fellowship is the way to go.
Welcome home.
Intercontinental Capital Group, DBA Fellowship Home Loans, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender, MLS number 60134.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturers manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I've got to finish up on Pennsylvania here. What the heck's going on? The hotly contested Senate Republican primary race there. It could very well be decided by a, quote, significant number of unscanned Lancaster County mail-in ballots. Oh, here we go. Lancaster County officials on primary day, Tuesday, said an estimated 2/3 of 21,000 mail-in ballots could not be scanned due to some sort of a printing error. Now, Tuesday night, of course, McCormick led most of the night. Oz pulled ahead by about 2,000 votes. And now that is down to like a 1,241 vote separation. The printing issue with the mail-in ballots was discovered early Tuesday morning when officials began to pre-canvass process of opening and scanning ballots. Citizens deserve to have accurate results for elections, and they deserve to have them on election night, not days later, according to the vice chair of the County Board of Commissioners. Well, no kidding. Because of this, we're not going to have final election results from these mail-in ballots for probably several days. So this is very, very frustrating. All impacted ballots will be remarked and scanned, according to commissioners, which is the process that they used last year when a similar error occurred, but it was with a different vendor. Some of this year's ballots printed by the vendor NPC had the wrong identification code. According to Lancaster Online, that resulted in the ballots not being read by the vote scanning machines. Commissioners say these type of errors are unacceptable, and we hold the vendors responsible. Nearly 28,000 mail-in ballots had been requested in Lancaster County. Voters had until 8 p.m. Tuesday to return their ballots to the county elections office. Parsons said there's no evidence that any of the in-person ballots at the polling places were affected by the error, which is kind of weird to me. That's when you're printing up these ballots, what's the difference? Either way, the commissioners issued a release saying that the incorrect printing happened after county election staff had approved NPC's test ballots, which, oddly enough, scanned properly with the correct ID code. Parsons and fellow Republican commissioners say the fault lies with the 2019 law that expanded the state's access to mail-in voting. Now, Pennsylvania's Department of State spokesperson said we don't have any other counties that reported similar issues. Just one odd tranche of ballots, which, again, it's in people's minds. You say, what's going on behind the scenes? And then when you're talking about remarking ballots and rescanning ballots, magical things tend to happen, as they did in 2020, in Pennsylvania, no less. All right, we'll get some of the industry headlines coming up here. Let's get to the calls first here, see what's going on. Cadillac Mac on the line. Hello, Mac.
Hey, good morning, Steve. How you doing today?
Hanging with them. Hey, before you get to what you wanted to call about, you were sending me all those. How many damn cars do you have? How many old cars you got?
I got 6 altogether.
Okay. I mean, I was looking, you got the Cadillac, 6. You got the Mustang, you had this, and I was like, man, how many cars does this guy got?
Yeah, 70 Chevelle, 454 SS. Yeah, I got quite a few of them. I do. Yeah, I really enjoy them. They're a lot of work to keep them up to date and keep them moving. You know what I mean? But
no doubt.
It's worth it in the end. Yeah,
that's an expensive
you gotta
hobby.
think, not too many people. Oh yeah, it ain't cheap. Just the chrome on the front of that Cadillac, I got it all re-chromed. That was $10,000 just for the chrome on the front of that Cadillac.
Wow. Well, some nice looking cars. I gotta give you that.
Yeah. So I got some breaking news for you. I was in Xenia last night, Xenia, Ohio, my little hometown, at Walmart, and I pulled in there and I looked over and I seen a truck, not a semi-truck, but like a four-wheeler truck, and it had signs on it, and it had painting on it, and it had flags on it, and it said Freedom for Truckers Convoy. And I said, oh, wow, it's one of the guys from the convoy. I said, I sure would like to talk to him or meet him. So I went inside and I did my business and got my groceries, and I come back out and I loaded my stuff up. Well, lo and behold, here come a guy out with a whole bunch of water. Well, it was him. So I pulled my little truck over there and I started talking to him, and I said, well, give me an update on the convoy so I can relay it to Steve and the guys at nighttime. I said, what's going on with the convoy? Because it was nice to talk to somebody in person. He said, he was just back in town on some business, picking up some supplies, and he's heading back over now. He said they're in Hagerstown, Maryland. That's where everybody's gathered at right now. And I said, well, how many people are there, or trucks and vehicles, in the convoy?
Mm-hmm.
And he says, currently right now, we have 100 semi-trucks, and that's, with a trailer or bobtail.
Okay.
And we have 200 vehicles right now. So they're 300 strong right now in the convoy. And he said he thinks it's going to be a lot stronger since everyone knows where they're at in Hagerstown. And I said, well, where do you go to from here? And he goes, well, that I don't know yet for sure. He said, now, I was talking to him yesterday. He said they were having a meeting, which was last night. So they meet and they discuss where they're going to next. So I guess they were going to have a meeting last night and tell everybody what the agenda and where they were going to next. So where they're going to next, I don't know that part. But I said, he said there was a lot of good things that did happen. When they went to the White House last time, and, like you said, and they blocked all those roads off, I guess there was a lot of lawsuits that got filed against the White House, and I guess it did some good. So I guess they're not going to block the roads off on them next. So that's all I know is that. If they go there, I don't think they're going to block the roads off on them because, it's your right to be able to protest, go where you want to go. And so he said that did do some good, and he said they just got back from California, and he said that all went well. And he said anybody that wanted to join up in the convoy in Hagerstown was more than welcome. And that's about all the update, he had for the moment, until that meeting that they were going to have last night.
Okay. So, yeah, everybody kind of sitting back wondering, are they actually going to, try to go in and maybe go make around the cap, go around or park outside the Capitol, or, what their intentions are. But they're not really tipping their hand.
I asked him that, what, I asked him, what the intention was, and he said that part, he didn't know that part either.
Okay.
Until maybe the meeting that they had last night. As far as I know, they had a meeting last night, and in the meeting they discussed what capitals they go to and where they go up to the White House and what they do. So, I said, I told him about your show, and I said I could give him a little bit of an update of what, he told me, because it was nice to talk to somebody that was actually in the convoy.
All right. Very interesting. Well, I appreciate the update, Mac.
Oh, you're welcome, buddy. You have a good night.
Thank you for checking in. Yes. Be safe out there, Cadillac Mac. Hello to Wheelchair Dave. Dave, yeah, it has been a while. Hope everything been going all right. Email steve@hotshotsecret.com. Steve, been a while since I've checked in. I'd like to say hello to all the trucking friends out there. Be safe. Well, it's getting close to the annual Sommers pool opening. You think you'll get it open before Memorial Day holiday, or maybe right at. With Memorial Holiday weekend coming up on us, the news, Indy Speedway has announced ticket sales for the 2022 Indy 500 are well above 300,000 tickets. Whoa, so far. That's great news. Indy says they're thinking this year's crowd will be close to 325 to 340,000 in attendance. Looking forward to all the qualifying and practice at the Indy 500. Some of the news for your NASCAR fans. Jimmy Johnson was third fastest in practice on Tuesday. Also interesting, Jimmy Johnson's father is one of Jimmy's spotters this year. Great to see him doing well in his Indy career. There's a lot of other drivers making news as well. All right. P.S. Did you ever fix your daughter's car or find the problem? Yeah, it's not officially fixed, but I believe we figured out what it is. Yeah, that it was the Honda Civic that was having the overheating issues. And recall, we were checking this. Is it the radiator? Is it all these things we were looking into? I believe it turns out she has a plugged catalytic converter. And the reason I believe that is because all of a sudden one morning when she started the car, rather than sounding quiet like a Honda should sound, it blew out. Yeah, right up there between the manifold up there under the hood, and it's loud as hell. Lo and behold, all of a sudden, it's not overheating anymore. And I said, Beth, I guarantee you had a plugged catalytic converter, which was causing the exhaust to back up into the engine, things getting too hot, and that's thus the overheating, because she's not overheated since. Now, of course, replacing a catalytic converter is not a cheap venture. Back in the day, we just cut the darn thing off and put a straight pipe on, right? But it's almost impossible to find anyone to do that. No. They'll pull our license. We can't cut that off. You got to replace the catalytic converter. So, yeah, at the moment, she's just driving it. Sounded like just someone that needs to. What was the old commercial? You need to Midasize, right? Remember the old Midas commercials? You need to Midasize. But yeah, otherwise, car's running fine. So thanks for checking in there, Wheelchair Dave. Good to hear from you. And it's 844-844-3388. All right. Pappy checking in a few moments ago. He said, hey, when you hear from Heatwave, ask Heatwave, Oro, Arizona. O-R-O, Oro, Arizona. Is that a nice place? Question mark. Yeah, one of my daughters that lives here in Harrison, close by us, is going to be moving there here in a couple weeks. So Oro, Arizona. I'm not familiar, but Heatwave, he knows what's going on out west. All right, we'll check in with Heatwave at some point this morning, I'm sure, if he's out there on the road. First, we get a quick timeout. We return into our number, 844-844-3388, to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Now, I mentioned the blurb from J.P. Morgan a few minutes ago, talking about a national average in excess of $6 per gallon. And I see people commenting that there's no way. There's no way we could survive that. Now, the economy would literally tank. Let me give you a little more, the full report, because that was a true statement from Ron DeSantis. We are facing what a major bank calls a cruel summer with gasoline prices that could hit $6 a gallon. J.P. Morgan said with fuel inventories at their lowest level since 2019, the summer driving season will literally burn a hole in Americans' wallets. With expectations of strong driving demand, U.S. retail price could surge another 37% by August. That is the official report entitled Cruel Summer. There is a real risk the price could reach $6 plus per gallon by August, according to Natasha Kaneva, head of global oil and commodities research at J.P. Morgan. Currently, $6 per gallon is the California average for a gallon of gas, according to AAA, which also noted this past day, Wednesday, we set yet another record high for a gallon of unleaded regular. The national average now $4.56 per gallon. As noted by the New York Post, the price of gas now tops $4 a gallon in every state. A dubious milestone that has never before been achieved. Even the annual seasonal demand dip for gasoline that typically occurs, there's a lull between spring break and Memorial Day, where you normally see lower prices. We are not. It is not having that effect this year. Patrick DeHaan, the head of petroleum analysis at Gas Buddy, he said the $6 mark seems a bit of a stretch. I personally think we'd see recession before we see a national average of $6. But he went on to say, with supply this low and demand this high, I don't think much anything is impossible in this market. One issue with supply is that refining capacity in the U.S. and Canada is down from the pre-pandemic days because of the closure of some plants and the conversion of others to renewable fuel. J.P. Morgan reported that East Coast gas inventories have not been this low since 2011, and that supply remains short as oil companies export gasoline that might otherwise go to the East Coast. If exports persist at this elevated pace and refinery runs that are already near the top range for reasonable utilization rates, if this falls within our expectations, gasoline inventories could continue to draw to levels below what we saw in 2008, and retail gasoline prices could easily climb to $6 per gallon or even higher, according to the bank analysis. J.P. Morgan said unless refineries immediately reduce what they export and produce more gasoline, U.S. consumers should not expect much in the way of relief, and as far as prices at the pump, probably till the end of the year. I guess that means at some point, everybody's going to have to park. Wow, I stopped in this past day, and I wasn't even thinking. I bought some cigarettes, and some Skullbuster, and I plopped down. I put 20 on pump 7. Duh. I wasn't even thinking till I got out there. I'm like, oh, for crying out loud. I'm looking, what's $4.49 per gallon? $20. That gave me that. I was down to about a quarter of a tank, so that put me right up to about a half a tank. I got a quarter of a tank for $20. Yeah, this is going to be killing the everyday consumer. Yep, thus the headline, Cruel Summer. I was trying to scroll back up here because I had shared this story. We touched on it from Freight Waves this past morning. Yeah, and I shared that link on my Facebook page when we wrapped up the program yesterday morning. The headline from Freight Waves was soaring fuel prices leave owner-operators with tough choices. Recall that discussion? Yeah, where some are saying if you're an owner-operator, you might sell the truck, or you're going to have to lease the truck on to a company and get out. You're going to have to become a company driver, or you're never going to be able to afford to operate. Got a lot of comments in response to the story. Table Scraps made some good points. Is fuel an important issue? Absolutely. Owner-operators' revenue is also a huge issue. For the year 2020, the average owner-operator's net pay was roughly $67,000. Yeah, that's company drivers' wages. Over 200,000 drivers have started running under their own authority since 2020. Why? 90% of new businesses fail in their first year. And well over half of those that make it through the first year will fail within their first 5 years. Not a good time to be going into business in this kind of economy, not at only $67,000 per year. To which Lauren Weiss, the two-time world champion bull hauler, responded, most company drivers I know, he said, we're livestock transportation, a different breed. Most of the company drivers I know made 80 to 95 grand last year. So yeah, that net for the owner-operator is way too low. I do everything I can to watch my company's bottom line as an employee, knowing well that these owner-operator costs could eventually bleed down to me. All I can say is hang in there, owner-operators. This industry needs all of you out there. All right. Tom said, like my dad always said, if I'm going to go broke, I might as well go broke at home. Might as well stay home. Yeah, a lot of other interesting comments, but the prices, my. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
North Korea is readying an imminent intercontinental ballistic missile test as U.S. President Joe Biden prepares to travel to South Korea this week. This, according to UPI and a South Korean national security advisor. U.S. and South Korean officials have warned in recent weeks that North Korea is also getting ready to conduct a nuclear weapon test. Biden will arrive in Seoul on Friday for a 3-day visit. A former Minneapolis police officer pleaded guilty Wednesday to a state charge of aiding and abetting second-degree manslaughter in the killing of George Floyd. As part of the plea deal, Thomas Lane will have a count of aiding and abetting second-degree unintentional murder dismissed. The state is recommending a sentence of 3 years for Lane and has agreed to allow him to serve time in a federal prison. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, Gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
While protesters continue their siege at the homes of U.S. Supreme Court members over a leaked court opinion draft regarding abortion, Justice Clarence Thomas hit back against the elite media. Thomas, during a conference,
one of the things I say in response to the media is when they talk about the way I did my job, I said, I will absolutely leave the court when I do my job as poorly as you do yours. And that was meant as a compliment, really.
Tens of billions of dollars will be spent on supporting farmers, addressing the fertilizer supply crisis, and developing land for food production. According to the U.S. Treasury, the Asian Development Bank will contribute funds to feeding Afghanistan and Sri Lanka, and the African Development Bank will use $1.5 billion to assist 20 million African farmers. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
For more than a week, the national average for gas has reached a record price each day, with Wednesday clocking in at $4.57 per gallon. That's 48 cents higher than a month ago and $1.43 more than last year. This driver told WJRT in Flint, Michigan, she's not sure how she can handle much more.
I'm on a fixed income, and this is really, really impacting me. I can't hardly go no place for the price of the gas.
The investigation into a China Eastern Airlines plane crash continues, and reports reveal the crash may have been intentional.
A Chinese plane crash that killed 132 people may have been an intentional nosedive. The China Eastern Alliance flight crashed into a mountain in South China back in March, killing 123 passengers and 9 crew members. A report in the Wall Street Journal says a probe into the crash indicates that someone in the cockpit had put the Boeing 737 into a near vertical nosedive. Records show the plane was cruising at 29,000 feet before it suddenly plummeted into the side of a mountain. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
A British media outlet is reporting Cardinal Joseph Zen is scheduled to appear in court in Hong Kong on May 24th. Zen was arrested earlier this month under China's national security law, but was released on bail a day later. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
this morning. He said, Steve, I had a new portable generator delivered yesterday. And when the driver stopped in front of our house, I ran in the garage, grabbed a hand cart to bring the skid into the garage. The driver, named Steve, kind of chuckled, told me to just put it back. He proceeded to load the skid on the power lift gate and used a power hand lift. Brought it down the driveway into the garage. So I wanted to give a shout out to Steve for being a kind and professional driver from R&L Carriers. All right. Tip of the hat to our friends at R&L Carriers. I know we had many listeners back in the day with R&L. Hopefully they've found us on our new venue, right? Let's see, Santa Claus, quick word here. Let's see, Oro, Arizona, that's just outside of Tucson, where the Davis-Monthan Air Force Base is. I'll be heading out there again next week, as a matter of fact. Okay, so thank you much, Santa Claus, Oro. Check in with the CNI dog this morning. What's going on, CNI?
Good morning.
Morning.
All right, the first thing I want to talk about is you talked about Elk Grove Village yesterday.
Yes.
Back around 95, I was working on Greenleaf over there in a warehouse, and the boss asked me to make a delivery down the street, and I just parked right in front of the building to say, what dock do you want me back into? Before I even got back 15 minutes later, there was a truck enforcement guy right on me. He says, no, this is a serious thing. He didn't have flashing lights or nothing like that, but he says, no, this is a serious event here, and you're going to get a ticket if you like it or not. Sorry, I know it's only 15 minutes, but we have strict rules in Elk Grove Village. That was back in 95, so I can only imagine how they feel about trucks today, considering, hard to find parking places. They have been improving parking in the area of Chicago area. Like off of 64, they got truck stop by the White Castle. So they've been trying to help out. That's what I got on that one. I saw a meteor today. That was pretty cool. It was pretty bright green, and it's kind of slow cruising as it burned out. As far as cryptocurrency goes, I sent you a email, and the guy was talking somewhat about people bashing it, and that's making it crash even further because people are down talking it maybe.
Yeah.
I could be wrong about that. I had an opportunity a long time ago to look into cryptocurrency, like 2010, because I was watching a YouTuber that used to talk about foreign currencies. He says, you really need to get into this. But the problems I had with that is how would you buy it first? How would you pay taxes on it? Would our government recognize the capital gains that you get from it? So I said, I don't know. It to me, it sounded like a pyramid, but I don't know.
Yeah,
but I wish I did. I wish I'd done it back then. Go ahead.
Some of these coins have been described as basically a Ponzi scheme. Because some have they come and go on a regular basis. A lot of times these new ones are just pyramid schemes. Yeah, some of the like the Bitcoin and the Ethereum, those are all supposed to be the solid blockchain technology and all that. But yeah, Bitcoin hasn't really recovered since last week. They had been hovering about 30 grand a coin. It's down just over 29,000 right now, and so all the cryptocurrency has been hit hard, especially in the past week.
Yeah. The last thing I do have for you is when the guy called in at the end of your show and talked about the backup on I-65, that was yesterday, not now. Somebody called me And he says, yeah, I'm on 65. Oh, there's a backup there. I got it from Steve's show. So you might want, oh, look, there is a backup right here. And I said, yeah, get off that exit there and work your way around. I appreciate that. Man, you saved me a lot of time. So I want to thank that driver for putting it out there. And you have a great show. I'll be listening.
All right, CNI Dog, thank you much. All right, you oftentimes wonder if those little tips you help anybody out. Hey, if you're listening and you hear it, that's why you need to be tuned in, right? All right, what else? 844-844-3388. Another tidbit in regards to inflation. One of the top stories from the Breitbart news desk this morning. Hard to believe it was just last week that Democrats were expecting to change the narrative over inflation by trying to deflect the blame for rising prices onto those greedy corporate price gougers. In a speech on Tuesday of last week, Joe Biden complained that, quote, corporate executives are on earnings calls with investors on Wall Street cheering their record profits and explaining how they're using this period of inflation to cover the rise in prices far beyond what they need to cover their costs. Then Thursday, a week ago today, Elizabeth Warren and Tammy Baldwin, Jan Schakowsky, all those three Democrats proposed a bill to fight inflation by outlawing price gouging, ever so broadly defined as unconscionably excessive price hikes. Now, what's the definition there? The best evidence that the greedflationist could marshal to support their theory of corporate conspiracy to raise profits was the expansion of profit margins last year, gasping in horror at rising profits at a time of rising profits might be a time-honored tradition, but it's also a display of ignorance of basic economics. Inflation is typically the result of an imbalance between supply and demand. While demand surges faster than supply, prices rise. This raises the profits of the people selling the goods and services. John Keynes, who some on the left used to kind of pretend to have read, who called this phrase of an inflationary area profit inflation. Keyes explains, the thing about profit inflation is that it very quickly leads to what he calls income inflation. Businesses attempt to sell more at the higher prices, expanding production and hiring workers. This pushes up the prices of materials, products, warehousing, shipping, and most importantly, labor. The rise in demand for consumption goods that drives up corporate profits subsequently fuels demand for labor and other factors of production. This, in turn, annihilates those excess profits. Well, that could actually be seen this week. Yesterday, we got the quarterly report from Target. The prior day, we got the quarterly report from Walmart, and they weren't good. Both reported that sales were rising, but profits were falling. Costs on the back end were rising and not expected to moderate. The corporate profit inflation was eaten by the cost inflation. Now, you note this inflation is evidence of competition in the economy. Huge businesses competing with each other for access to warehousing, workers, shipping. They're bidding up fuel costs. Now, Senator Warren wants to blame inflation on the anti-competitive behavior, but it's really being fueled by competitive activity. Instead of having market power that allows them to control prices, these huge corporations are not able to raise prices to keep up with costs because they're competing with each other for customers. Target was quite explicit about this. They said they had decided not to attempt to pass on higher cost to consumers because it hopes to win market share away from some of their rivals by maintaining a reputation of affordability. While we do not like the impact to our profitability in the short term, we believe it's the right thing to do for our guests and our businesses over the long term. And with those words, the theory of greedflation was literally tossed in the dustbin. All right, greedflation. That's a new term for me, but let's get back to the calls here. Red Mule, got you coming up. Hang in there. Always moving's on board. Is this the Mad Mike?
Mad Mike, Steve. We ain't talked to you for a while.
What's going on, Mike?
Man, I've been listening to all this crap. No offense. Damn it, horse feathers and Knucklebuster. Oh, Knucklebuster says, why not run 65? Why not run your company, the best a truck will run? Well, shit. I'm sorry.
I kind of figured that was coming, Mike. All right, just have another skull buster. Think about it. Hello, Red Mule.
I get to follow that.
Sorry.
Hey, Steve, there's a thing in there somewhere that humor has to have a certain amount of truth in it. You might as well trying to remember here. That was funny what you said before. I don't know who wrote that, but when they're quoting John Maynard Keynes and saying that those on the left pretend to have read, that was funny because that was very accurate. Target, I don't know if you heard or not, but I think it was the CEO of Target said that they did not see these higher prices coming for freight. Did you see that in there?
I did. I read through the Walmart report. I didn't. Target's came out yesterday. I did not see what they had to say, but what they didn't see the cost of shipping going up for their products.
That's what they said. I heard. I don't know if it's Bloomberg or Fox Business, but I heard them mentioned a couple of times today that the CEO of Target said they did not see the rising price of freight affecting them. Man, that guy needs to be looking for another job. It falls under the list resort thing. I don't believe I'd have told that one. But anyhow, Steve was actually referring to Oro Valley, Arizona. Do you know where his daughter's supposed to be moving? That's on the north side of Tucson there. I've never actually been through it, but I would think it'd be just about similar to everything else around Tucson there. And of course, Oro is gold in Spanish. I don't know where the place got its name, but anyhow, for what that's worth. Steve, I'm kind of disappointed in you, though. You didn't give much credence to Horse Feather's theory about planting currant bushes alongside the freeway. No.
Currant bushes, yes.
I don't know. Does a Tesla run on? Does that run on 480 volts? I mean, I don't know how they convert from the currant bushes. I thought it sounded like a good idea. So, is anybody seeing any of these brake check or inspection things or whatever? I haven't seen one. Of course, I did the 34-hour reset. But is there any of them going on? Have you heard about any?
You know what, Mule? Here we are. This is the final day of the 72-hour road check. I'm yet to have anyone call in, saying that they're working them hot and heavy here or there. And no, I haven't seen anyone. I don't know if it's just. Are they out there? Are they busy, or is it a no-go?
Well, I think actually, Steve, every tail I've hit in the last 48, 60 hours has been closed now that I think about it. So I don't know what's going on. Hey, Steve, let's change the subject. This 2,000 mule project, you guys are talking about it a week or so ago. I haven't heard any more about it. What's going on there?
The film, that's the Dinesh D'Souza film. I mean, it's only available online right now, but they've made like $1 million on the film, so a lot of people are paying to see it. I do believe I saw it's actually going to be coming to select theaters. Now, I don't know how many thousands of theaters there are in the country, but I think it was somewhere 2, 3, maybe 400 theaters nationally that will actually begin showing 2,000 Mules, I think starting on Friday of this week. So it may be in your town, it may not, but I'll see if I can find that story once again. But yeah, I have yet to see it. I haven't had a chance to sit down and pull it up. But for those that have watched it, they all say it's quite convincing that things were really, really weird. You know, some strange things happened in the 2020 election. Get a quick time out here. 23 past the hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, answering your question, Red Mule. The film 2,000 Mules, which documents allegations of fraud in the 2020 elections, returns to theaters Friday. So, a.k.a. the 20th, May 20th. It says here about 400 theaters across the nation will perform a normal release with typical ticket sales and multiple showings each day beginning Friday. Dinesh D'Souza says with the success of the movie, everyone's talking about the movie. A lot of independent theaters started to call us and say, hey, why didn't you have this movie in the theater? And we were like, well, you know what? This is fantastic. A lot of people love to see the movie in groups and love to see it in the theater. In fact, we've been bombarded with people trying to organize groups. Some people actually had will have early showings starting tonight. That would be Thursday night. Now, as soon as I typed in 2,000 Mules, I saw a half dozen theaters right here in my area, the Cincinnati and surrounding areas, with the screen times showing for tonight. 2,000 Mules will continue to show as long as the film sells well. For those who can't go to theaters, they have reopened online streaming available at something known as Salem Now. I'm not familiar with Salem Now. And then, of course, Rumble, which is the subscription site, Rumble's subscription-based platform. But he said the success of the film has helped to lower the viewing costs. With this second-round release, we could only put it on uncancelable platforms at first. We couldn't advertise in the normal way. Now, happily, this movie has become a big success. During the opening weekend back on May 6th, the film grossed more than $1 million in its first 12 hours of streaming, which was good enough to put that film in the estimated box office top 10 for that weekend. But this documentary alleges that the 2020 election results were altered as a result of thousands of people being paid to collect and drop off ballots at collection boxes in numerous swing states, key swing states, including Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. The film claims that cell phone geolocation tracking data that shows people going near these ballot drop locations numerous times between October 1 and Election Day of 2020. Of course, the likes of the Associated Press and PolitiFact claim this movie is, how do they label it, misleading or flawed? So say the fact checkers. Of course, at the same time, the film garnering praise from Trump supporters and numerous popular Republican figures, Vernon Jones, Kyle Rittenhouse, Marjorie Taylor Greene. All right, there you go. So, yeah, check the theater that would be closest to me is actually the Showcase Cinema. Showcase Cinema Deluxe in Springdale, about 8 miles from my home 20. So, yeah, let's see, 7:15 this evening, then 9:30 p.m., theaters in Milford, the Western Hills Cinema. So a number of theaters here around Cincinnati will be screening 2,000 Mules. All right, we'll get our news break and Always Moving coming up next. And room for you at 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News.
Mortgage demand is plummeting in the U.S. Mortgage applications to purchase a home dropped 12% on a weekly basis and are down 15% compared with the same week 1 year ago. Joel Kahn with the Mortgage Bankers Association spoke to Fox Business.
What we have is housing prices that keep going up because the supply is way too low compared to the number of people who want to buy homes. If you compound that with the fact that interest rates keep going up, the cost of a monthly mortgage, if you're just buying that house that you thought 2 years ago you were going to purchase, it may not be affordable right now. So, the market has to kind of find an equilibrium. The challenge is that this is all happening so quickly.
Since the start of this year, rates have jumped 2%, the fastest pace of growth since May of 1994. And ex-Minneapolis police officer Thomas Lane has pleaded guilty to manslaughter in the death of George Floyd. This is USA Radio News.
Hey everyone, this is Mike.
And this is Brian with Fellowship Home Loans. For years now, we've helped thousands of families live the dream of home ownership. And it's always great to hear from them.
I would highly recommend this company because they are quick and very easy to work with. Did a really good job and saved me a lot of money in the process.
At Fellowship Home Loans, we don't have clients. We have friends and family.
They were amazing people. They are unbelievable. And I think they're just not going to do what they did for me. I think they will do it for anybody. They will just go beyond just to help you.
If we can help you, give us a call at 800-535-2779. 800-535-2779 or online at fellowshiphomeloans.com.
We are here to help. No pressure guaranteed. 800-535-2779.
I would say Fellowship is the way to go.
Welcome home.
Intercontinental Capital Group, DBA Fellowship Home Loans, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender, MLS number 60134.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Hey, Red Bill asked about the 72-hour road check. This is day number 3. The final 24 hours. And did get a couple of emails. DeRanger checking in this morning. He said both inspection sites are open and busy in Texas. I-20 West in Mineral Springs open as well during the day.
From Kelly here. The eastbound I-40 scales at Van Buren, Arkansas, working hard on road check, as well as the westbound I-40 scales at Rolland, Oklahoma. Okay. I got a follow-up from Dipsy Driver. He said, hey, in regards to the generator, the driver I mentioned, he kind of caught me by surprise early in the morning. I failed to mention the overnight drive to him. I believe he drove all night from Kentucky to mid-Michigan. I bet he listens in anyways, but sorry about not mentioning your show. It was just early and I wasn't fully awake. But thank you, Steve, for mentioning that. You got it, Dipsy Driver. Thank you much. Good morning, always moving.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my call. I don't know, my brain just kind of went blank there for a second. I am really lost as to what I was going to say. Oh, anyway, I had sent you a couple of articles, and one is rather long, and the other one was short. It was apparently an interview with Piers Morgan on Fox.
Okay.
And the title of it is "Your Jaw Will Drop When You Hear What Piers Morgan Says About Biden." And my jaw didn't drop. I thought it was really funny. And the title makes you think that, oh my God, he'd said something horrible about him. Well, if what he said was horrible about him, it really goes to show that the person who wrote the article is a very pro-Biden person as opposed to a common sense kind of a person. I didn't think that anything Piers Morgan said was out of line. I thought he was laying it right on the line and was very truthful. I loved his last comment when he compared Biden to Queen Elizabeth, and said she's 96 and is, apparently she looks way better than he does, with her faculties and stuff. But the other article, it caught my attention because the picture on it that came up online was 3 women standing there holding a poster, and to describe it for the listeners, the poster's in giant letters, and it's a long poster, and it says, "White supremacy is terrorism." And I thought, what? So I went through and read this entire article, and if I remember correctly, because I just read it this evening, but if I remember correctly, the author was a college professor. So I'm hoping that he's educated, but maybe on the liberal side. I don't know. I don't want to group everybody together. And he is talking about where the history of white supremacy came from, and how it was over from the beginning of, in the beginning of time, nobody cared about race. It wasn't a big deal. And it wasn't until, I believe he said, the 1600s that this theory came out that if you were of Caucasian descent, that you were superior to any other color of skin color. And, I don't know if he's telling the truth or not through any of that. I haven't done any research into it. But he did pique my interest when he said that, and he had read all of the manifestos of the most recent, and I think he named off like 8 supposedly racial motivated killers in the last several years. And he names them off, Dylan Roof and the fella up in New York and some others. And I thought, well, okay, I didn't know that all racially motivated killers wrote manifestos. That was interesting, but I appreciated the fact that the gentleman took the time to read them and research them. So then he goes on to explain how the average Caucasian has all this in common with these killers. I'm like, what? And I think he runs into trouble in this article, and it falls off the rails. And I was really pleased that I caught it, was he starts quoting surveys that were taken. And in these surveys, he has never mentioned how many people were surveyed. There's no number as to how many were surveyed, but he quotes the percentages of their answers. And he uses terms of 50% of white Americans believe, blah, 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 blah. And then he would say, most white Americans believe, and all white Americans believe. And I thought, well, wait a minute, nobody surveyed me. And I don't know how many, did they survey 10 people? Did they survey what? Where did they survey this? I mean, there's no history to the survey given whatsoever. But I got really, really offended the more he went on to say that I have all of that because I am of Caucasian descent, which I have no control over, that I have a mindset of a killer.
Automatically.
And that's what he is. Yeah, and that's what he is saying, is that I am racist and I am a killer. And he blew off the fact that the man who was in New York had already been seen by for a mental evaluation and had a history of some problems and released. He said, no, that's not it at all. That isn't what the problem is.
No.
And I thought, well, wow, that's, I don't see where, so what I'm mental, I know that it's a complex issue in terms of you want people to have the right to privacy with their health. I get that. But if there are dangers, then you have to be careful of that too. But then you have the Civil Liberties Union that will immediately come after you if you try to control anybody in any way, shape, or form. So I don't see any ending to this, and I certainly don't feel like a killer. I certainly don't feel like I'm a racist. And I was really offended, and after reading that article. I will say I think a lot of people will read that article and go, yep, there it is. See, all the whites they're all racist. That's what it is. And they all feel like their jobs are being taken away because they're white and they're not of color and blah, 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 what this fellow talks about. So I thought it was a very thought-provoking article, and I just wanted you to read it at your leisure. I know it's too much to put online and all, and it's kind of in-depth. But if anybody else wanted to look at it, it is what you have in common, what white Americans have in common with this killer and this picture of this, white supremacy is terrorism. And that just really blew my mind. That, like, what? And I don't consider myself superior to anybody in any way, shape, or form. I might not know, in my job, I know some more things than the RNs do because of what I do at my job, but they know things I don't know. And I can do things that the new doctors coming out of medical school can't do. They can't figure out how to fax a request. They don't know what form to use. Well, I know how to do that. Does that make me superior to them? No, it just means that I know a different set of items, whereas they know the body, in more detail than I do.
Well,
but I don't consider myself superior.
This fella, as you describe him, this professor, what he is doing is this is the quintessential example of critical race theory that they're trying to push down the throats of kids and youngsters in school districts around the country. That is the definition of critical race theory. If you are white, you are inherently racist. You are born racist. You are supposed to have white guilt. You're supposed to feel guilty for having been born white, always moving.
Well, I don't. I'm not going to play that game. And I also am not going to apologize for being female, and I'm not going to apologize for having conservative views. I know how I was raised. I know how I believe. I know the way my faith runs. And there are certain things that are just never, ever, 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 ever going to change in me. Does that mean that you can't go on and live your life your way? No. It just means don't come and tell me that I'm wrong with how I live my life. I'm not breaking any laws. I'm not I'm not forcing myself on anybody. And I don't want you to force yourself on me. And that's the way I see it. And I still say, I rate people as good people versus bad people, not by the color of their skin. And I never have. And I could tell you stories of my interactions of people of all color and all walks of life I'm not that judgmental to people in that way. It's just not in me. I'm looking for the good person, and I can sit down and talk with anybody and enjoy them and appreciate them for what they are and where they are in life and stuff. But anyway, one of my other comments was, thank you for that economical class that you gave. I felt like I should be, I was listening to studying for a test when you were reading that about the economics, and I thought, oh my God, am I going to remember this for the exam? And it's good stuff to learn. And then I kind of like went off into a zone at one point because it just was starting to sound like noise. And then you came back to another, because you took it very slowly and methodically explaining it, but it became so much without having it written down and examples and pictures, when I'm driving. But when you came back to it, I'm like, oh, okay, now I'm with it. Okay, I got it. But I thought, wow, that's, there's just so much to that that you really do need to have that. But oh well, it was interesting to listen to, and the gasoline price. Wow, I just don't know. And I remember back when I worked at ABX Air, DHL up here, and we were unloading freight. And towards the end, when the recession was happening, and that was back in 2006, around 2006, 2008, something like that, that a lot of the workers, because there were 44 counties in Ohio were represented, had employees that worked there. So they came from all over, and they bussed them in from Cincinnati, Dayton, and Columbus. I mean, they just bussed everybody in to come in and move that freight up there at night here in Wilmington at the airport. And there were workers there that you started seeing a growing number of cars in the parking lot at the time. And people had moved in their cars. They were living in their cars because they would sort freight at night, and then they would go to their car and sleep for a few hours, and then they would do day sort, and then they would go back to their cars and sleep for a few hours, and then they'd come back and do night sort. They could not afford to go home to wherever they lived in Ohio because of the price of gas.
Mm-hmm.
Because you only worked 5 hours here and 5 hours there. That's the way the schedule ran. And there were numerous people that were living there and had their coolers in their cars. And I remember looking at it going, what in the world? Some of them slept in the wintertime, they were sleeping upstairs in the upper sorting areas because heat rises and the buildings were so tall. Some of them would try to go up there and sleep. Others were in their vehicle sleeping. There was like a whole community that was living there. And that price of gas, I don't know where it would be in relationship to the cost of living, but when I think of where the price of gas is now, that's the first thing that goes back to my memory is those people living there doing that. And I'm thinking with what I drive back and forth, because I drive 68 miles one way, and so, I'm doing 140 some miles average per day just to go back and forth to work. And so, and I have a little car that I put 40 miles to the gallon. So I'm looking at least 4 gallons a day. So it would come to $40 a day for me just to go back and forth to work. Well, so much for that raise they gave us. And that's what I had talked to you about that when they were talking about raising the average cost of living, the minimum wage to $15. And I said, well, what's the point? They're just going to raise the cost of everything else to go with it, and then you're all going to be in the same boat. I mean, you could go backwards and do the same thing too. If you drop the cost of wages, then the prices would have to come down because nobody could afford it, so they'd have to bring the prices down. So anyway, I don't know what's going to happen with this, but of course, the first time in my life, I'm going to take a 2-week vacation, and I'm going to drive all the way out west, and the price of gas is going through the roof. I thought, you got to be kidding me. So, oh well, it'll be okay. It'll be what it is. But so when you have a chance to read those articles on your own time or whatever, that would be the one guy is thought-provoking, but the other one was just, I thought it was funny what Piers Morgan said.
Okay.
So that's all I have, and we'll talk to you later. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Always moving. I'll check those out. Yes. I remember the days when I was in my early days of driving. You could, $5 on pump 7. Get 12 gallons. I mean, you could get enough to drive almost all week. Yeah. $5 won't even barely get you a gallon today. With the national average at $4.57 for gasoline, and there you are at $6.55, $6.60 a gallon. National average for diesel fuel. But we return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I know sometimes I begin to think to myself, you're starting to sound like a broken record. Night after night after night. And I'm going to do it again because I'm going to pass the latest your way that, again, they're telling us a vast swath of North America, from the Great Lakes to the West Coast, is at risk of blackouts this summer, as heat, drought, shuttered power plants, and supply chain woes strain the power grid. Power supplies in much of the United States and part of Canada will be stretched, with demand growing again after 2 years of pandemic disruptions, according to the annual report, which again was just released. This is amongst the most dire assessments yet from the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, a regulatory body that oversees the stability of our power grid. It's a pretty sobering report, and it is clear the risks are spreading, according to the director of the Reliability Assessment and Performance Analysis. During a press briefing, I certainly do think this is our most cautionary tale yet. In other words, we've never been in a position where we see the risk to our power grid is great on a national level as it's anticipated to be here in the coming months. Climate change is partly to blame. We have a historic drought covering the western states, limiting supplies of hydroelectric power, forecast calling for a hot summer. But the fight against global warming poses its own risks because of the coal-fired plants that are being shuttered, closed faster than other alternatives can replace them, as in wind farms, solar facilities, and batteries. The pace of our grid transformation, the pace is out of sync with the physical realities of the existing power network. There's not going to be enough supply to meet demand. Yet the push is on. We have to go electric. Supply chain snags and delaying Southwest solar projects, the Texas transmission lines, while coal plants are having trouble obtaining fuel amid increased exports. Power grids face a growing threat as well of cyber attacks because of U.S. support for Ukraine following the Russia invasion. Electricity supplies will be particularly tight in the Midwest. Across that region, enough older plants have shut down to cut generation capacity 2.3% since just last summer. But demand is expected to grow. Even when temperatures are normal, the grid managers may need power from neighboring regions to keep the air conditioners humming, and a heat wave or low wind speeds could actually trigger blackouts. According to the report, the NERC said previously they'd warned the Midwest may face shortfalls as plants continue to close, but they didn't expect this to reach this level until the year 2024. The region also is missing key transmission line damaged by the tornado in December. Repairs expected to wrap up in June. Early retirement of the fossil fuel plants. That is an issue in other parts of the country as well. The coal and natural gas plants that continue to operate are running harder, and we expect them to begin breaking down more often. The gas-fired plants in Texas that shut unexpectedly just last weekend underscore the risk that we are facing. Throughout the western regions of the country, drought will limit the output from hydroelectric dams. It even threatens power plants that draw their cooling water from the Missouri River, which is running low. According to the report, wildfires amplified by the drought could darken the skies with smoke, which would cut your output from solar plants, simultaneously forcing homes with rooftop solar panels to have to rely more on the grid. Now, last year, the NERC issued a warning that was nearly as grim, saying the grids that serve more than 40% of the United States is at risk of outages. In the end, most systems held up during the heat last year. One notable exception was in the Pacific Northwest, where Avista Corporation resorted to rolling blackouts during an unrelenting June heat wave, leaving thousands of homes and businesses without power. Some of the states cited in this report have already issued their own summer warnings. Some a bit more upbeat than others. Texas trying to say they think they're going to be in an okay shape. California's grid operators, on the other hand, have warned they are facing a risk of blackouts during the next 3 summers as the state continues to try and shift to cleaner energy. Hydropower generation has shrunk, older gas-burning plants are closing, and electricity supplies continue to go strained especially on those hot summer evenings when the sun sets on the many solar plants. Sun goes down, so does your solar power. Again, do I sound like a broken record? But how can we honestly have leadership in Washington trying to right now tell us, well, if you feel the gas prices are too high, purchase an electric vehicle? Someone said it's kind of like driving past someone who's homeless and saying, well, we'll buy a house. Then you won't be homeless. All right. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
North Korea is readying an imminent intercontinental ballistic missile test as U.S. President Joe Biden prepares to travel to South Korea this week. This, according to UPI and a South Korean national security advisor. U.S. and South Korean officials have warned in recent weeks that North Korea is also getting ready to conduct a nuclear weapon test. Biden will arrive in Seoul on Friday for a 3-day visit. A former Minneapolis police officer pleaded guilty Wednesday to a state charge of aiding and abetting second-degree manslaughter in the killing of George Floyd. As part of the plea deal, Thomas Lane will have a count of aiding and abetting second-degree unintentional murder dismissed. The state is recommending a sentence of 3 years for Lane and has agreed to allow him to serve time in a federal prison. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
While protesters continue their siege at the homes of U.S. Supreme Court members over a leaked court opinion draft regarding abortion, Justice Clarence Thomas hit back against the elite media. Thomas, during a conference,
one of the things I say in response to the media is when they talk about the way I did my job, I said, I will absolutely leave the court when I do my job as poorly as you do yours. And that was meant as a compliment, really.
Tens of billions of dollars will be spent on supporting farmers, addressing the fertilizer supply crisis, and developing land for food production. According to the U.S. Treasury, the Asian Development Bank will contribute funds to feeding Afghanistan and Sri Lanka, and the African Development Bank will use $1.5 billion to assist 20 million African farmers. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
For more than a week, the national average for gas has reached a record price each day, with Wednesday clocking in at $4.57 per gallon. That's 48 cents higher than a month ago and $1.43 more than last year. This driver told WJRT in Flint, Michigan, she's not sure how she can handle much more.
I'm on a fixed income, and this is really, really impacting me. I can't hardly go no place for the price of the gas.
The investigation into a China Eastern Airlines plane crash continues, and reports reveal the crash may have been intentional.
A Chinese plane crash that killed 132 people may have been an intentional nosedive. The China Eastern Alliance flight crashed into a mountain in South China back in March, killing 123 passengers and 9 crew members. A report in the Wall Street Journal says a probe into the crash indicates that someone in the cockpit had put the Boeing 737 into a near vertical nosedive. Records show the plane was cruising at 29,000 feet before it suddenly plummeted into the side of a mountain. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
A British media outlet is reporting Cardinal Joseph Zen is scheduled to appear in court in Hong Kong on May 24th. Zen was arrested earlier this month under China's national security law, but was released on bail a day later. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello to Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Checking in this morning. Morning, Steve. 73 degrees in Ellsworth, Iowa. Shout out to the Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger from Parks Livestock in the corn patch, as he put it. Hey. Gilligan on board. Morning, Gilligan. Morning, Steve and fellow driver. 72 dry in Greensboro, North Carolina. Everybody keep it shiny side up. There's seen, unseen, having a bit of a spirited conversation there with Dipsy Driver back and forth. You're not real happy with what's going on with our leadership in this country, and rightfully so, you think? And back to the calls. Hey there, what's going on?
Hey, morning, Steve. This Road Check 2022, what I've always noticed the past couple of years, the couple of scales I run by, just like during this week, they're open. It's business as usual, but not busy. Then a week or two later, then comes the road check. I bet you there's a couple scales I go by. Next week or the week after, you drive by them, and there'll be 5 or 6 DOT officers in there, and they'll have trucks pulled around back, and that'll be their road check week.
Yeah, I mean, you think that's because they've kind of caught on over the years by pre-announcing that, you know, believe it or not, there are a number of drivers that stay home. Now, not that they're necessarily, they have, you know, faulty trucks or bad brakes or anything, just they don't want the hassle that they know they're going to face during the road check. Saw reports, I think it's in the headlines here, where somewhere close to the 5% of the truck drivers kind of take off during the 72-hour road check.
Yeah, that the past couple of years, that's what I noticed. I go by the southbound I-69 scale in Indiana daily, and Tuesday there was one DOT officer in there, just rolling them across the scale.
Yeah.
Yesterday they were closed. Today there'll probably be one in there or something. And then next week or the week after, I guarantee you drive by there, there's going to be
Wall to wall.
5 or 6. Yep, they'll have them lined up in there.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, can we put this little funny tidbit? Can we put a all news bulletin out to the deer population out there that if they're going to cross the highway, cross it at the deer crossing signs? Last week, I hit my third deer in 2 years since being put in this truck. And wouldn't you know it, as I was out there pulling my bumper away from my tire, no deer crossing signs in sight.
Oh boy!
So if you're gonna cross where you're not supposed to,
use your damn deer crosswalk, right? You got marked places to cross.
Yep, or you may have a pounding headache. Then this People's Convoy. I tuned into the morning meeting yesterday morning as I was heading home, and then last night, as I rolled out, I listened to the evening meeting until your show came on. Morning meeting, they did some talking, and then they're going to be planning throughout the day. Then last night's meeting, apparently they are going to move into D.C.
Okay.
And as of yesterday morning, they could have grown yesterday. As of yesterday morning, there was 100 vehicles there, because the YouTuber I was listening to counted them. There's 14 semis, and then the rest were cars, about 100 total.
Okay.
But yesterday evening, Santa was doing the talking, and they're going to go in Ottawa style. He said they're not going to completely shut down a street. They'll leave one lane open for emergency vehicles or whatever. And after yesterday's meeting, nobody was being pressured to go. You're a free person. You're free to make your own decision. Anybody who was going to go, he wanted them to come to a certain area last night to discuss their plans. And he said tomorrow, which is today, Thursday, he said if you're going to go, he said run down to the store, pick up extra food, do your laundry, and then he said their plans will be there'll be nothing put out on live stream. Basically, he wants, starting sometime today, live streams be shut down. And it'd be about 4 or 5 people who would know exactly where they're going to D.C.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, basically, if you say you're going to go, be like when nightfall comes on tonight, Thursday night, be ready at a moment's notice. Basically, they'll put the word out saying we're rolling in 10 minutes and roll. And if live streamers are going, he said, do not live stream leaving the racetrack heading down there.
Mm-hmm.
And
so in other words, nobody, they don't want anybody to have like a heads up or be tipped off that they're coming in. So no Sassnack, no Trucker G, and all the others that have been live streaming and whatnot. So you're not going to get a heads up.
Well, yeah, exactly. Sassnack is actually leaving today. Trucker G claims he has family to go see, and he's leaving tonight.
Okay.
Which, my opinion is he's probably like, holy cow, it's going to get real. I'm out of here.
Oh,
but,
okay.
From what Santa was talking, they're planning it's going to be he's thinking it's going to be a long-term thing. Because he said he wants to keep the racetrack as a staging ground, and then they'll run a van back and forth from the racetrack to wherever they're at in D.C. Like if people come in who want to join them down there, they'll park their cars at the racetrack, and then they'll take a van to D.C. But basically, he said, if you say you're going to go, you be ready at a moment's notice tonight. That when we say we're leaving, basically you're ready to go, and no live streaming on the ride into DC.
Yep.
And then just be ready. And he's basically he said we will be doing civil disobedience.
Mm.
He said, but he said basically that they think they're doing good. They're calling it their D-Day, and they're comparing themselves to like Rosa. And this is what Santa said. They're comparing themselves to Rosa Parks, because when she disobeyed the rules and sat in the front of the bus, they said this is they're doing their Rosa Parks or whatever. So,
okay. So things could get, like you say, things may get real, things may get interesting. I mean, I would assume, obviously, they're talking to, if you're going to take your truck in, you make your own personal choice. You may run the risk of your truck getting towed, things like that.
Oh yeah, he was very blunt about that. He said if you agree to go in, he said I can't tell you what's going to happen. He said basically plan for the worst, plan for being arrested, plan for being hauled away, plan for your stuff being hauled away. But he's basically saying this is what we have to do to defend our rights.
Okay.
And get the government to listen.
So I mean, I don't know. Maybe, but if things get crazy, see, then maybe they'd get some mainstream media coverage. You know, because if there's not blood, guts, and gore involved, they don't want to even mention them. You know, ignore them, out of sight, out of mind, kind of thing. All right, thanks for the update. Be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I jump back into here. All kind of fun stuff to get into. Road check, 72-hour road check. This supposed to be the final day. Yesterday, out of Georgia Department of Public Safety said with road check underway, we stopped a log truck driver with an overweight load, and a lot of honesty. In the social media post this past day, Georgia DPS explained, just a bit heavy. Sharing the photographs, this driver knew he was overloaded. He actually told the officer he didn't think any motor carrier compliance division would be around to stop him. Whoops. That was a mistake. Again, they also shared a photo with the truck driver's overweight assessment citation, showing a fine of $2,305 issued to the driver. This is a guy hauling a log truck, way overweight, during international road check. Right now, supposedly 15 trucks or buses are being inspected on average every minute. That's supposed to, again, continue through the day today. And kind of crazy at the Love's truck stop in Indiana. Monday, the report says a gas pump, 3 cars, and a moving semi struck by bullets during an intense family dispute at the Love's in Gibson County, Indiana, Highway 41. State police report that 32-year-old Terrell Williams was in Gibson County from Louisville to meet a family member at the truck stop. Well, once the two met up, an argument occurred, prompting Williams to grab a gun from her car and start shooting. No one actually hurt. But again, 3 vehicles, a gas pump, moving semi traveling north on 41 were all struck by crossfire. According to the local 44 News, Williams was heavily intoxicated at the time of the incident and was driving with a 14-year-old in her car. Williams was uncooperative at the scene, and the man she had argued with ran off before police could speak with him. Currently being held in the Gibson County Jail, facing charges of criminal recklessness with a weapon, driving while intoxicated with a passenger less than 18 years of age. I don't know, I can guess is maybe the argument was over the fact when she met up, the guy's like, she's totally obliterated. And he's like, what the hell, you got the kid in the car? I mean, you think maybe? My. All right, that was the craziness at the Loves the other morning. What are you saying, horse feathers?
Quack, quack, quack. Mercy. Rain.
You're singing in the rain.
Phew, I guess. Oh, we can start that if you want, Your Honor. If that's what you really want, we can partake in that. Anyways, so I just heard your Big Rig mattress commercial on. You're asking how we sleep on the road here. Well, I got a timer set there, depending on how tired I am. If I'm real tired, I got it set for 3 minutes. If I'm not so tired, I got it set for 2 minutes. And I close to one eye until the timer goes off, and then I reset the timer, and I close the other eye and have the first eye open. Yeah, I close one eye at a time, and so I alternate back and forth there, so I can get some rest while I'm going down the road. So, I don't know, see how that works out. But, hey, after your economic class, I think we have to change it from Your Honor to Professor. Can we start calling you the Professor now?
No, why would you say that? Because I went into that dissertation that Always Moving was about to go to sleep on?
Yeah, the whole economic deal there, it'd be like in junior college or something. And, of course, well, then we're halfway there to getting the 3-hour tour because we got the Professor, Mary Ann, and Gilligan. So, heck, all we need now is a Skipper and Ginger and Mr. and Mrs. Howell. So, I don't know. Maybe, you think Knuckle Buster in Tennessee would be Mr. and Mrs. Howell? Interesting thought. But, anyway. So, I don't know. What do we got going for you? The Hunter Biden. You hear anything new on Hunter Biden? I caught something that he paid like $2 million to the IRS or something. in taxes. So the reporter they had, I don't know, it was on NBC there, and they had some, you know how they always have the special person that knows everything come in and tell you that. And I don't know if it went the way they expected it to, because they asked if he'd still be charged with a crime, you know, because he paid the taxes.
Yeah.
And the guy's like, well, him not paying his taxes, and then, you know, after they come after him to pay the taxes and he pays them, isn't any different than a bank robber going in and robbing the bank and then giving the money back. You still committed the crime. So he should still be charged. And I don't think NBC expected, I don't know, they did air it, so I guess they, you know, they didn't have a problem with it, but it was like, yeah, you did the crime, you know, even though you fought back up or whatever, I guess you're still guilty. But they didn't say much about the hard drive, but they were showing the newspapers there that actually you know, confirmed the emails that were on the hard drive and making it, you know, authentic. What's that thing I'm trying to say? You're
authentication. Authentication. You can't say that.
Yeah, I can't say authentication. Yeah, that's right. Anyways, yeah. So they were showing that a little bit, but you know, they never said anything about the pictures and stuff, what types of pictures he had on the hard drive. So I guess maybe they're holding that back a little bit yet. But I don't know. I was waiting to see what I was talking about, what I was going to get in trouble for. You had that one caller on there, started getting after Bucklenuster, and then he was going to get after me, and you cut him off, Your Honor. Without even dynamite, you cut him off. I was waiting. I was on the edge of my seat to hear what he was going to say about me. But anyways, I guess we'll have to wait till the next time. Maybe you can get another skullbuster or two in him and there to call back. But I guess that's about all we got going for trucking and that type of news. And I guess personally, it looks like I might be expanding the fleet for the historic vehicles here. I got another truck to go look at here the beginning of June down at Northwest Alabama. So I'm gonna be riding down there, take a look at a truck to possibly expand the fleet for the historic vehicles that I have, and maybe I'll have a different one to drive in the Make-A-Wish convoy coming up. Maybe I'll alternate or something and do my old Pete one year, and then maybe do this other one another year and see how it all works out and everything. But now you're scaring me. I'm not sure if I can afford to bring it home, because you're talking about this $6 a gallon gasoline. So
and $9 a gallon diesel. You got that? Don't forget that. $9. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's a good thing this new one runs on gasoline. So at least if the gasoline's only $6, I might be able to afford it when the Peterbilt might have to stay home on the $9 diesel.
Yes,
so
sir.
We'll see how all that works out. But yeah, it's kind of putting a little pinch there on the budget there for the playtime budget there. So we'll see how that all washes out in the end. But anyways, I guess that's about what we got going for you. I don't know. They say this rain's supposed to stop by, I don't know, about the time just before rush hour, sometime between 6 and 8 in the morning there. This rain's all supposed to have been cleared out of Maryland area. And
yeah, you got
be heavier to the north. And
you're the backside right now. It's up in Pennsylvania, by State College, PA. That's the backside of the storms pushing the rain. That's no storms, but you still got some heavy rain down through Harrisburg, down toward Bel Air in Maryland. But yeah, the Romney, West Virginia, down to Harrisonburg, Virginia. That's the backside of the rain pushing through. So yeah, a few more hours. You're going to be soggy, but then things clear out later this morning. Hey, get a news break here this Thursday. Early morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Pennsylvania's hotly contested U.S. Senate Republican primary race between Mehmet Oz and David McCormick could be decided by a significant number of unscanned Lancaster County mail-in ballots. Lancaster County officials said an estimated 2/3 of 21,000 mail-in ballots received could not be scanned due to a printing error. Meanwhile, that race could be headed toward a recount. New Department of Homeland Security data shows migrant encounters at the southern border hit a record high in April. Journalist Bill Malugan reports border agents encountered more than 234,000 migrants. The record-setting month comes as President Joe Biden looks to end Title 42. Title 42 is a Trump-era policy allowing Border Patrol to turn away migrants at the border due to the COVID-19 pandemic. This is USA Radio News.
How does Balance of Nature help your body? Well, let's look at the science. Your body is made up of billions of cells. Each one of these cells has a specific job to do inside of your body, from carrying oxygen from your lungs to your brain to fending off diseases and other foreign invaders. So how do you keep these all-important cells healthy? You have to feed them fruits and vegetables. Eating a diet rich in a wide variety of fruits and vegetables will give you all of the necessary nutrients your cells need to carry out their jobs. Balance of Nature provides your body with this wide range of nutrients in the easiest way possible. You don't have to worry about buying, storing, or preparing produce every day. All the nutrition fits easily into your hand. Trust the science and start your journey to better health today by calling 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com and be sure to get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code USA.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Open pits are like a car cruise on steroids. You'll buy the whole seat, but only use the edge. So consider yourself invited to hear the power and feel the noise at an NTPA poll near you. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. We've been doing these reports for more than a year now. Thanks for listening, by the way. Some of them have included season previews and schedules. Some have featured event results and lists of award winners. A few weeks ago, we went through the development of truck and tractor pulling as a national sport with unified rules. But we really haven't told you what to expect at an NTPA championship pulling event at one of the great fairgrounds, racetracks, or parks across the United States. So let's more properly introduce ourselves with a walkthrough on how to best enjoy your day or night at the pole. First, arrive early. Seating is plentiful at most facilities, but certain parts of the track may be preferable vantage points. Do you love to watch as a driver spools up the RPMs and dumps the clutch? Then find a bench near the starting line and watch them work that throttle as one or more engines scream their approval. Are you a fan of finishes that are fractions of an inch apart at the end of football field long passes? Then sit near the 300-foot mark and be the announcer's line judge. Can't decide? Take a seat at mid-track and feel the rush of air and the rumble of earth as the vehicles whip past at full speed. Many poles have designated areas for folding chair, lawn chair, and wheelchair seating, located a safe distance from the sideline. For additional accessibility information about individual events, feel free to contact the event promoter via the phone number provided at the events information page at ntpapull.com. Second, arrive way early, because pit areas at NTPA events are open to the public, often at no additional admission charge. You'll walk by tractors with names like Rowdy Red or Dreamin' Green that tell you all you need to know about the driver's brand loyalties. You'll see multi-engine modifieds outfitted with more pipes than a Scottish marching band. You think they're tough to drive? Watch how many people it takes just to get them started. You'll see trucks that look blisteringly fast, standing perfectly still, ready to swagger out between the lines and tangle with that 20-ton weight transfer. Gorgeous paint jobs and exotic graphics, marvels of engineering and construction, every one. And you'll meet people, veterans, rookies, parents and children, brothers and sisters, and best friends, changing oil and waxing hoods and turning wrenches and sharpening tires, all looking to help each other get to the track, to beat each other on it, and to celebrate someone else's win even more than their own. Third, get to your seat by showtime. We start on time and we move fast, but we always take a moment to raise the flag and play the national anthem. If you are able, we'll ask you to stand and help us pay tribute to all who have given some and the some who have given all to preserve the freedoms we enjoy. Then sit back, relax, and let the horsepower wash over you. You'll see those same tractors, trucks, and maybe modifieds from the pits as they compete one at a time, or maybe two, on twin tracks, to pull the sled the greatest distance. It starts with the whole shot, getting the most traction from a standing start. It continues with the drive, keeping it in bounds, steering with the brakes as the front wheels lift off the ground. It ends with the spin in. Did they get enough speed to keep the load moving just one more inch? If two or more go past the track's designated endpoint, typically 350 feet, they'll come back for a second round, called a pull-off. It's like our extra innings or overtime with a showdown between the night's very best. The results from one pull can shake up an entire points race, and it happens night after night all summer long. And you can follow them all on the results and standings pages at ntpapull.com. So come join us. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
And now we are all fully up to speed. What to expect as you head out to your next NTPA event around the country. All right, Ed checking in via YouTube this morning. Heads up, road check in full force. I-40 East, Fort Smith, Arkansas. I guess we went through about 15 minutes ago, 2:25 a.m. Eastern Time. 5 State Highway Patrol with creepers leaning against cars with blue lights on. Hello to Country Bumpkin, Morning Overnight Drive Nation, checking in from Kankakee, Illinois, 55 and clear. And he said no sign of road check so far. Everybody be safe. Okay, thank you for the updates. Day number 3 of road check. You seen any road checkers out there, heat wave?
Good morning, senor. Yeah, Arizona on Tuesday, they were hot and heavy on I-17 between Flagstaff and Phoenix, and they were also doing a lot of checking on 40. Just wherever they could find somebody, they were doing it. New Mexico, not so much. But yesterday, I was asleep most of the day, so just taking off about 11 p.m. Mountain Time there at Kingman. I didn't see nothing. So, and right now I'm not seeing anything. There is a CHP officer running around between Needles and Essex. I guess he's just trying to let us know that he's around here. So other than that, that's been about it.
Okay.
Let me ask you something, Senor. Why is it whenever, about 9 times out of 10, when I'm on hold, you play that Sweet Young Thing commercial?
Oh, my. You like that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I mentioned it the first time you had played it many moons ago, and you're like, it's just for you. I'm like, well, thanks a lot. So, hey, when Biden went ahead and canceled the 1 million acre lease, that played right into, well, I shouldn't say it played, but I mean, what's the word I'm looking for? The gas companies were saying, why spend money if you're going to pull the lease? And they're saying, even if we can get there and drill, it's a hit or miss.
Mm-hmm.
But at least you have it there for the companies to do their exploration drilling. But the company said, but we don't want to spend all this money just to have you pull the leases from us unceremoniously. Well, that's a big word for a truck driver. And he just proved their fears. And what's going to happen now? Well, the rest of the world knows that we just went ahead and said, well, we're going to pull this lease. So they're all just, looking at each other, snickering and smiling and laughing, knowing full well that they can go ahead and jack the damn prices up. So, I mean, Biden's got a bunch of idiots working for him that's giving him bad advice that he thinks is absolutely fantastic advice. 2024 cannot get here soon enough. And I don't think here the 2022 elections, midterms, are going to be enough. If I could talk, it'd be dangerous. There's not enough seats on the line to give the Republicans a chance at a super majority. They're going to get a majority, but not a super, where they can just go ahead and veto anything that idiot thinks is bad for the country, which is actually good. So, anyways, there's a New Mexico Democrat that the NRA is pushing. They're saying he's a good man because he supports the Second Amendment. Well, I don't give a hoot in hell whether he supports the Second Amendment or not, because Democrats, they don't vote for the American citizen. They vote for the world citizen, and we are the last people they actually want to serve. So I told him, I said, there's a good reason why I'm not a member of your organization, and this is the reason why.
Mm-hmm.
Pushing a guy that more than likely is going to just go right along with the Biden agenda. And I wouldn't want my money to go for that. You know, and I really ain't happy that as a Teamster, they're using part of my union dues to support a bunch of Democrats whenever, you know, general election. So I wish there was something I could do and say, it's like, hey, do not use my money for any, you know, Democrat, because we've seen what they do. They tear down the country, they tear down the economy, and the only people that benefit, you know, with these endorsements, I guess, are the head of the Teamsters organization.
Mm-hmm.
It sure doesn't benefit me. I guess part of this bill that they passed for the Ukraine aid sounds like to me some of that money's going to farmers. Not in this country, but in Africa. Why in the hell are we supporting the farmers out there? I mean, are we going back to the idea of we have to buy our friends so they don't become friends of another country?
Well, what are they?
Like,
I
say,
think
China
they're
or Russia?
trying to say that all these countries, for those that rely so much on the grain from Ukraine and Russia, they're not going to have any food. So we got to help feed them. Meanwhile, we're looking at what food shortages of our own here, though, at the same time.
Yeah, you know, and if you want to help the farmers, help our farmers. The fuel, you know, they're going to get it at a greatly discounted rate, but still, if they get it at $3 a gallon or $4 a gallon, they can't raise the prices on their harvests. I mean, that's already set in stone. You know, it's pretty much a guessing game about how many bushels you're going to get, you know, in the contract to sell to, you know, the broker. So, I mean, if you earlier in the season contracted out X amount of bushels for $4 a bushel, you know, you just lost money right there. You may break even or just, you know, wind up, you know, losing money on that deal. You know, they can't, the farmers cannot, you know, say, well, so this went up, price of that went up, we're going to have to jack our prices up. It doesn't work that way. You know, so they need to take care of our citizens first. And I'm going to be preaching that until it actually happens, or until Trump gets back in office and straightens this damn mess out. Because I'll never vote Democrat, never vote for a socialist. And you know what a democratic socialist is, don't you, Steve?
A socialist.
Well, a democratic socialist back in Germany, that was Nazi. So, and they were proud Democrat socialists then. And in the way that the bill that Elizabeth Warren and others are trying to get through, I mean, you know, you might as well have a 5-year program, just like the old Soviet Union had. All these communist countries, they do on a 5-year plan to see what they want to get, and how they're going to get it. You know, it's not fluid; it's set in stone. And it is a crying damn shame that these people are trying so hard to tear down a country that has worked so hard at being better than everyone else and proving to the world that we can do, you know, with our economy, you know, not based on a socialist principle, capitalism. But you know, it's almost a crime to be a capitalist now. So, and with those two people that they interviewed out there in Michigan, you know, both of them have a very good point. The cost of fuel is getting to the point where it costs way too much to even go to work, so they can provide, you know, stuff for the family, because most of their money is going in the tank. I put 15 gallons of fuel in my car earlier today. It cost me over $65. You know, and if I were to take my pickup over there and fuel up, and this is at Sam's. You know, it was already $80-something to fill up one of my pickups. Earlier this year. I mean, I can't even imagine what it's going to cost now. 100.
Right.
120.
I mean, we're to the point where, you need $100 bill to fill up your tank, and that's pretty sick.
Yes, of course, I don't need to tell you this, but I'm going to say it anyways for someone out there that might not understand it. But when fuel was at $2 a gallon, I wasn't real happy it was at $2. But I mean, when you're already
And Senor ran out of cell. All right. Thank you, Heat Wave. Hey, we got to get a quick time out. Hey, Cadillac Mac, coming up, I got a story for you. You want to add to that 6-car collection? So hang on for that. Chevy Guy, we'll get you next. Pups on board. Who else on the mixed here? Not seeing a name. I bet that's Philip. Maybe? We'll find out. In room for you at 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, here you go, Mac. John Ziegler said it's going to be like saying goodbye to an old friend when he sends his 1966 Ford Mustang Shelby GT350 across the auction block at Mecum Indy event this Saturday. The Mecum auction. Bought the legendary sports car in Syracuse the summer of 1966. He's been the only owner all these years, but he decided to let it go after an injury made it too difficult to drive the manual transmission-equipped car. Yeah, the car itself sat around for quite some time over the years. Just soon after he purchased the vehicle, his job working for General Electric on Atlas missile guidance systems. Sent him overseas for a couple of years. He had to put it on blocks, and when he returned, it was like driving a new car, but he spent much of his professional life on the road, traveling to military facilities in far-flung places, Aleutian Islands, Eastern Turkey. As a result of his absences, the car has just 29,431 miles on the odometer, and it still has most of its original equipment. That includes its transmission and its 289 cubic inch V8, but he did install a Paxton supercharger that increased the horsepower from 306 to around 500. Now, he did say it's mostly been a street car. He did bring it to a track one time. He said, you had to go out with an instructor for an orientation lap, and then he told me if something failed as I was braking at the end of the straight, that I'd probably end up in the fence. So that was the last time I did that. So he bought another Mustang and turned it into a track car. He's owned several other muscle and sports cars over the years, but all right. Well, there you go. Now he's set to see a pretty nice windfall. He's not going to give up the GT350 at this point in time, but with the car estimated to be worth $275,000 to $350,000. I guess that's his Mustang Shelby GT500. Okay, so maybe a Mecum auction this weekend. Sounds like an expensive venture, though, doesn't it? Hey, what's going on, Chevy guy? Hey there.
Yeah, I miss the old 57 Chevrolets as a kid. Back in the natural habitat, you get them for $350 to about $800, and you get them in 89 shape. Diamond tuck interior. It was new paint job. I'd drive them around. I'd leave my windows down at high school, a hard top, and then at night you could get to roll the windows up and come out, and it was still sitting there because nobody noticed it. It was in its natural habitat. Now that's just a bunch of rich man toys, an expensive thing, So the magic, to me, is sort of gone out of them. I appreciate them now, don't get me wrong. Like myself, I appreciate a four-door sedan with a six-cylinder, three on a tree, as much as I do anything else. As a matter of fact, they're probably, that and the wagons are probably going to be more rare, because you can buy the doggone thing. I do Dunkirk will build you one, anything from convertible, hard top, or a sedan. So, yeah, but I would request Cadillac back, highlight some of his cars on your fans page so we could enjoy them too. And it sounds like a great collection. I was listening to something online. I guess Always Moving and I listen too much information. They were talking about breast milk, talking about the shortage, but it's coming on there saying that mama's breast milk's better than what you get in the store anyway. Well, this idiot, and by the time he's done with it, he said men can breastfeed if they take a medication. And about that time, I'm checking out. I mean, no, I ain't never heard of that. I've never heard of that. And if that is, well, good, because my wife couldn't produce milk. And if that's so, then I guess women that can't have a medication out there where they can. And on Always Moving, where she was talking, that guy was saying everybody was in Europe until they got to America. All of a sudden, they become racist. Well, I beg to differ. That 16 whatever project. Listen, Al Sharpton said this. Well, my relative, or your relatives, were huddled in a cave. I assume he's talking about you Northern Europeans, trying to stay warm. My relatives, or my ancestors, were building the pyramids. Well, hey, if you look up history, the pyramids were built mainly with slave power. And I've listened to online, and they say, oh, well, slaves weren't like slaves in the South back then. Slaves were like slaves because they were conquered nations, and they took their manpower and, to build their cities. And another proof is biblical proof is the Jews, by the way, that they were brought there by Joseph, and saved the Egyptians from starvation through the droughts. It ended up 400 years later, they've been enslaved by the said Egyptians. So, and they weren't real happy. I mean, they had to fight their way out there, and God had to deliver them. So, I'm sorry. Let's go back. Let's go back. It's called the Tower of Babel. I mean, man got it. It's biblical. It says they got arrogant, and they built this tower to God and showed Him, and God gave them all different languages. So the first segregation has happened to be God. And just the nations from that time on, that's all you hear about is wars from different nations to different nations. It just, color doesn't matter. I mean, it's just if this nation over here didn't have enough food or something, they attacked the next nation. It just never has ended. And it didn't start with America, I guarantee you. And I love Candace Owens. Candace Owens talked about this. They said, if you want to talk, every nation had slavery. Mm-hmm. Every culture had slavery. But it was under the white culture, which is English, French, that turned and ended slavery. In America, we actually, Americans against Americans, leaving a lot of white, 60,000 dead on the field, to fight over this. So, I like to say it like this. All right, we took control from England in 1776, declared our independence from England. Well, from that time on to 1863, when Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation saying that, now listen, all slavery in the South is ended, all right, in Southern Confederate states. So in 1863, 97 years, slavery ended. So 97 years, 98 years in the North, because after the war, see, slavery was still going on in West Virginia, I guess Delaware, and different places in the North. They still had slaves in the North. And the history's out there. It's interesting. The closest you can come to that I've seen is when they came to set up a settlement in Jamestown. In Jamestown, when they came across, they had the black men on there and everything, and I guess they all come across thinking they were going to be fellow explorers, but when they got here, the whites turned on the blacks and made them into enslaved them. So yeah, there's some nastiness in there, but like I said, the reason why the United States Marine Corps has it in there, from the halls of Montezuma, and here it goes, from the shores of Tripoli, is because they used to enslave American sailors, the piracy. They'd take the ships, they'd take the American sailors, and if the companies didn't pay ransom for the ship and the captains and the crews, they were sold into slavery. So it's every nation, hey, the Romans, they went all over Germany and Ireland. They enslaved, the people. So it's always moving. It didn't start here in America.
Not by a long shot. No. Well, Chevy Guy, I only got 5 hours to fill, but thank you. It's a little history lesson this morning. He's on a roll, though. We got to get our news update here as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast several minutes ago. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
North Korea is readying an imminent intercontinental ballistic missile test as U.S. President Joe Biden prepares to travel to South Korea this week. This, according to UPI and a South Korean national security advisor. U.S. and South Korean officials have warned in recent weeks that North Korea is also getting ready to conduct a nuclear weapon test. Biden will arrive in Seoul on Friday for a 3-day visit. A former Minneapolis police officer pleaded guilty Wednesday to a state charge of aiding and abetting second-degree manslaughter in the killing of George Floyd. As part of the plea deal, Thomas Lane will have a count of aiding and abetting second-degree unintentional murder dismissed. The state is recommending a sentence of 3 years for Lane and has agreed to allow him to serve time in a federal prison. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
While protesters continue their siege at the homes of U.S. Supreme Court members over a leaked court opinion draft regarding abortion, Justice Clarence Thomas hit back against the elite media. Thomas, during a conference,
one of the things I say in response to the media is when they talk about the way I did my job, I said, I will absolutely leave the court when I do my job as poorly as you do yours. And that was meant as a compliment, really.
Tens of billions of dollars will be spent on supporting farmers, addressing the fertilizer supply crisis, and developing land for food production. According to the U.S. Treasury, the Asian Development Bank will contribute funds to feeding Afghanistan and Sri Lanka, and the African Development Bank will use $1.5 billion to assist 20 million African farmers. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
For more than a week, the national average for gas has reached a record price each day, with Wednesday clocking in at $4.57 per gallon. That's 48 cents higher than a month ago and $1.43 more than last year. This driver told WJRT in Flint, Michigan, she's not sure how she can handle much more.
I'm on a fixed income, and this is really, really impacting me. I can't hardly go no place for the price of the gas.
The investigation into a China Eastern Airlines plane crash continues, and reports reveal the crash may have been intentional.
A Chinese plane crash that killed 132 people may have been an intentional nosedive. The China Eastern Alliance flight crashed into a mountain in South China back in March, killing 123 passengers and 9 crew members. A report in the Wall Street Journal says a probe into the crash indicates that someone in the cockpit had put the Boeing 737 into a near vertical nosedive. Records show the plane was cruising at 29,000 feet before it suddenly plummeted into the side of a mountain. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
A British media outlet is reporting Cardinal Joseph Zen is scheduled to appear in court in Hong Kong on May 24th. Zen was arrested earlier this month under China's national security law, but was released on bail a day later. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, back at it here. What do you say? Better late than never, but we're underway on a Thursday. There we go. Across the board. Welcome into a Thursday. Friends on the West Coast, like Santa Claus, tuned in this morning. Yeah, we see it every time, whether you place an order to pick up your groceries or actually physically go in, trying to find the better prices. I don't care. Even the generic brand prices up and away. With a gallon of milk up 25% since before the pandemic. Yeah, bacon up more than 35%. It's hard to imagine that food inflation could get any worse, but the evidence suggests higher prices are on the horizon. Customers have actually been kind of shielded so far from the brunt of soaring expenses that are facing the producers and the distributors and small businesses like restaurants, but they can only hold back for so much longer. Now, they shared the story of Jeff Good, who co-founded 3 restaurants in Jackson, Mississippi, around 18 months ago. He said a 40-pound box of chicken wings cost him about $85. Now it can go up to roughly $150. Then things like cooking oil and flour have nearly doubled in just the past 5 months. Now, he says it's not just the ingredient prices that are going up. I'm having to pay more for labor and services as well. Now, even the company that maintains my air conditioners, they've tacked on a $40 fuel surcharge for every visit. How do you cope with that? With your menu prices? A 15-piece order of chicken wings, one of the signature dishes at Sal and Mookie's Pizzeria, was going for $13.95 before COVID hit. Now, wing costs can vary so much that they're actually labeled at market price. Say many restaurants you go to and lobster prices. The prices can fluctuate. It's whatever the going price on any given day is going to be. They're having to do that with wings. He said at peaks, the menu price could be $27.95. But that represents a barely their margin, he said, in good estimates. The real cost is closer to $34. We're trying to determine now, are we going to keep raising prices or do we just take wings off the menu? We have never, ever seen anything like what we're seeing right now, he says. He opened his restaurants nearly 30 years ago. The difference between prices received by producers for their goods and those paid by the everyday customers at the cash register can be, you see that by looking at the Consumer Price Index, the benchmark for gauging inflation, which has been in the headlines. Obviously surging. Consumer prices for food rose 9.4% in the month of April compared to a year ago. Biggest gain since 1981. There were record increases for chicken, fresh seafood, and baby food. But many food costs measured by the PPI have been accelerating even faster than the CPI. In the month of April, last month, average wholesale food prices jumped 18% from a year ago. According to the latest government data released on the 12th, the largest 12-month increase in nearly 5 decades, 50 years. Eggs surged 220%, butter jumped 51%, fats and oils up 41%, flour also up 40%. And those figures from the National Restaurant Association. Hey, let me get to Pup this morning. Hey, first things, I got your message that you sent me before the show ended yesterday. I got that message about 11:30 this past evening, which goes to show how often I don't look at my phone.
Yeah, I seen that. I could tell when it was delivered when you read it.
Oh, really?
AT&T like I do. Yeah. It really wasn't nothing bad. I guess I'll start with that. Has anybody had any trouble on the Facebook? My wife, I'm not on Facebook, but my wife is, and she listens to your show on that and enjoys reading that chat room thing you've got on there. And about 2 o'clock last night or yesterday morning, she got this thing. And she's never typed a message in there, like even to say hi or anything. And it says you've been restricted for 27 days on this account. I didn't know of anybody else, but she can listen to your show, but she can't see the live chat.
That's weird. I have no idea. I mean, that'd be the kind of thing that happens if you post something obscene or offensive, or I haven't heard of anybody.
She's never even typed in hi or nothing. So I didn't know if that was a Facebook thing or not. She's listening tonight on the YouTube deal, but I was listening to Mark Levin tonight, and he was reading, I believe it was from Elon Musk. If it wasn't from him, it was from Bloomberg. But they were saying that it's not official yet, but we are in a recession right now. But those food prices, Steve, they're just going to keep going up because I don't know if this would be on something you could Google or what, but
there is a lot of countries that have already said they are not going to export any of like their wheat
Yep.
and stuff, and like down in South America, they're having trouble with the soybeans and corn due to the lack of rain and stuff. But there's one other thing I was going to bring to your attention.
Yeah, what was the country we talked about a few weeks ago that said that they were going to no longer export any of the oil? I guess the main oil that's used for the
palm oil.
Palm oil,
was
yes.
that Indonesia?
I believe it was, yes.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I haven't really noticed too big of a deal on vegetable oil, other than maybe raise the cost due to trucking fees and stuff. We've got quite a few plants here in the United States that does that vegetable oil. That's mainly from soybeans and stuff. You got like Bunge and ADM and Cargill and stuff like that. That's what I was going to bring up to you. The freight volumes have fallen off a lot. I know I was talking to some buddies that work over at OD, and on their Facebook page, there's already terminals that are furloughing people that want time off for the summer and stuff. And then some of our bigger break bulk terminals, there's guys on certain runs that haven't even worked yet this week. So I think and I think it's going to get way worse before it ever starts getting better.
Wow.
I hate to be a Debbie Downer, but no offense against the Hoosier Debbie there. But other than that, that's what I had for you. But I was wondering if anybody had any other trouble on Facebook. And your site's the only one that shows up on. So I was just kind of curious about that.
Interesting. Yeah, that's a new one on me. First one.
Yeah, hey, that Georgetown Scales Open coming up out of Lexington, they're usually closed, and they've got the pre-pass turned on that so everybody has to go in and the light shows red. So, other than that, that's all I had for you, Steve. So you have a good night and a good show, buddy.
All right, thanks for checking in, Pup. If I hear anything further on that, somebody can send me an email or whatever. That's a new one. All right, rolling up on 24 past the hour, and we'll get a quick time out here just ahead. I want to real quick touch on this one as well. So you're paying more for food. You're going to be paying more for everything. Yeah, what are these fuel prices currently doing to the average American's budget? We know it's killing. Yeah. Well, not necessarily the truck driver. If you're getting the fuel surcharge, you're okay. If you're not, it's killing you. The numbers released this past day, Yardeni Research says households in the United States are now spending an estimated $5,000 per year on gasoline, a figure that has almost doubled since last year, when the average household was spending about $2,800. Yardeni notes that annual gasoline spending in March was $3,800, but this week, the national average reached $4.59 per gallon. In other words, for May, when it's wrapped up, the average, if this was a year, month after month at these levels, we'd be spending $4,800 a year. No wonder the Consumer Sentiment Index is so depressed, he says. The wonder is that retail sales have still been surprisingly strong during April and May thus far. He says the consumers' inflation-adjusted incomes are barely growing, but we're charging a lot more on credit cards. Everybody's going into credit card debt now, again. When we're happy, we spend money. When we're depressed, we spend even more money. Now, the new data for April retail sales turned out to be surprisingly strong. CNBC reports that on a year-over-year basis, retail sales rose 8.2% in April. They also noted while gas sales for April and March declined in May, They ramped up to record levels. All right. They say spending on gas, comparing last April to this April, spending on gas surged almost 37%. Well, yeah, it's because we're paying more at the pump, right? It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, how about that for those on the YouTube thing? I did just click on the block from the restream. That was crazy, whatever the hell was popping up there. But just over and over and over again. Looks like when I blocked him, everything disappeared, at least what I'm seeing here anyway. But what else can we do? Crazy times. It's 844-844-3388. Let me get to, I believe that's Philip. We'll double check here. Morning, Philip.
Morning, Bud. How you doing? Hey, Bud, can you just hold me over? Because, you're right at the bottom of the hour. Would you mind doing that?
I wouldn't have a problem with that whatsoever. I'm kind of off the schedule anyway, but yeah, we'll take care of that if you don't mind hanging in there a couple more minutes. So yeah, we'll take care of biz and be back. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Pennsylvania's hotly contested U.S. Senate Republican primary race between Mehmet Oz and David McCormick could be decided by a significant number of unscanned Lancaster County mail-in ballots. Lancaster County officials said an estimated 2/3 of 21,000 mail-in ballots received could not be scanned due to a printing error. Meanwhile, that race could be headed toward a recount. New Department of Homeland Security data shows migrant encounters at the southern border hit a record high in April. Journalist Bill Malugan reports border agents encountered more than 234,000 migrants. The record-setting month comes as President Joe Biden looks to end Title 42. Title 42 is a Trump-era policy allowing Border Patrol to turn away migrants at the border due to the COVID-19 pandemic. This is USA Radio News.
How does Balance of Nature help your body? Well, let's look at the science. Your body is made up of billions of cells. Each one of these cells has a specific job to do inside of your body, from carrying oxygen from your lungs to your brain to fending off diseases and other foreign invaders. So how do you keep these all-important cells healthy? You have to feed them fruits and vegetables. Eating a diet rich in a wide variety of fruits and vegetables will give you all of the necessary nutrients your cells need to carry out their jobs. Balance of Nature provides your body with this wide range of nutrients in the easiest way possible. You don't have to worry about buying, storing, or preparing produce every day. All the nutrition fits easily into your hand. Trust the science and start your journey to better health today by calling 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com and be sure to get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code USA.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business.
You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested.
Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, got more on our traveler's weather, where, again, the unofficial start to summer just about a week away with the Memorial Day weekend. But the return of Old Man Winter for Denver and other parts of the north central states is in the offing here. We're going to see the end of our 70 to 90 degree range temperatures, which will, believe it or not, allow rain to transition to accumulating snowfall from Montana to Colorado as this storm arrives in the northwest. And yes, in some locations, snowfall totals could even surpass a foot, they're telling us. So, yeah, more coming up here. Let me get back to Philip. Thanks for hanging in there. Good morning.
Yeah, no problem, bud. Hopefully I got you caught up there a little bit. I just was listening to you talking about, somebody was talking about chicken wings.
Yes.
Funny story. I work at that Walmart 2 days a week at the one in DeBerry, Florida. And right down the road, we got a Chinese restaurant. It's probably like less than a half a mile from the store. And we get the big volume packs of chicken wings every Friday. The shipment that comes in Friday morning, we get the big volume packs. Mm-hmm. And we usually get about maybe, I want to say 15 or 20 of them, of the volume packs, and they're a lot of money. And they're all gone within 5 minutes because the lady from the Chinese restaurant, she comes in there and she buys them every Friday.
Really?
All the volume packs.
I'll be darned.
They come in 1 day a week. It's kind of funny. They come in 1 day a week, and she knows what time they come in. I don't know if she heard that from one of the, the associates or whatever, but I told the manager, I said, that's kind of not fair. He goes, I know it's not fair. He says, but there's nothing I can do about it. I got to let them go. They sell. That's the way it works out. There's nothing they can do about them. They can't limit her on the amount of product she can take. But people are doing creative things like that with their businesses. I mean, a lot of those folks, they go to Sam's now. You see a lot of the mom and pop restaurants, instead of buying from Cisco and the companies like that, those companies, they're going to like Sam's and Walmart and places buying their meat or whatever they need. I mean, it's getting a lot of creative. And they were talking about the average American and fuel. Okay, so I'll give you guys the numbers, okay? So this is my numbers for a week. It's 618 miles is what I drive a week on my car. And that's just to work. That's not me going to the grocery store. That's not me going to do something or anything like that. That's just to go to work.
To and from.
7 days. To and from. Absolutely. And then you sit down and you get the paycheck on Thursday from one, and you get the paycheck from the other one the second Thursday, because I get paid every 2 weeks from one. I get paid every week from Disney. And you look at the rate of return and you're like, oh man, what's going on here? And I'm pretty sure right now I'm okay, but I'm pretty sure there's quite a few families out there that are probably saying, hey, what's happening with our rate of return right now as far as our jobs go? Am I going to have to find something closer? I mean, I know that a lot of people are getting really creative with not driving, as far as you get the Walmart Plus, you order through the Walmart app, you get free delivery, boom. You don't have to waste gas on your car. You don't want to go down to McDonald's? That's fine. Uber Eats, go down and get your McDonald's for you. You know, I mean, you're going to see a lot more of that happening. And I really was interested, Stephen. I really appreciate what you did. You put it on YouTube. You put an article on about drivers and the owner-operators they're going to have to make a decision pretty soon with the fuel. Are we going to stay in it? Or are we going to get out of it? Or what are we going to do? We're going to change our lease agreements or whatever. I saw that article you had on Facebook, and it was very interesting.
Yep.
And I believe the bubble has burst in the deal with the money in the industry right now. I think that the loads are going to go down. Pup just said it in his when he talked to you about, you know, the freight volumes are going to go down. I think really the dry vans are starting to show it, as your article said, and I think it's going to happen. I think the bubble has burst, and it's going to be the same way down here with the housing. A lot of people are coming to Florida with what's going on with the different pandemic things over the past and making decisions on where they're going to live at. We have a lot of people coming down here to Florida, and I think that the housing industry is going to do the same thing. I think this bubble is bursting right now. It's going to be bursting because, you know, people can't afford it. You know, look at the cost of a house right now. I mean, equity in a house has gone through the roof down here. I don't know how it is in Ohio, but down here it's gone through the roof, and we've got housing shortages and all that kind of down here. People want to come down here, but I think all that's going to change with our situation with the fuel and different things going on. What do you think, Steve?
Yes, sir. Well, I mean, earlier you probably weren't with us yet. On the USA Radio News, they were talking about the mortgage applications. You know, people looking to buy home. The numbers are down dramatically. People can't afford to buy, in other words.
Absolutely. I mean, average home down here in Florida, like say in my neighborhood, you know, I bought my house for $125,000. Now I bought it a long time ago. I bought it back in 2004. Okay. That house should be in an average market in the last couple of years. It should be around 200, around in there. You know, we got houses going for 400,000 in our area because of the demand, supply and demand. That's nice for my equity. I like it. It raises up my property taxes, which I don't like. But the thing is, it's turning around a lot of things down here. And I think the economy it needs to slow down a lot. Look how much the market fell yesterday, Steve. Did you see that?
Yeah,
during trading?
Dow was down 1,100 and something.
Okay, so, you know, we were what, like 3 to 5%, something like that. I mean, when you get to a point and that shuts down the market, because they've got that set up to where it gets to a point it shuts down because they don't want the market to fall down to below. We in trouble, folks. We in big trouble. And also something, Steve, that a lot of people have not taken into consideration with Russia and the sanctions. And this is where I can't understand the thinking with all the sanctions. And I'm not saying we shouldn't put sanctions on them, but has anybody ever thought about Russia makes a product that's in demand from us? It's still in demand from us, and we can't get that product. Okay, so what do? We go to a third-party country. So Russia sells it to China, okay, and then China sells it to us. So actually sanctions go out the door. What do you think about that, Steve?
Yeah, I mean, everybody has to be on the same page, right? And yes, when it comes to petroleum, what we used to get from Russia, they're still selling it to China. And I think India is still buying it. I don't know if we're getting any from them or not. But
All right, so over in Russia, there is, you know what a birch tree is? They've got what they call Baltic birch. It is one of the most sought after types of wood that you can get in the world. I mean, it's used in a lot of different things. It's used in furniture. It's used in cabinetry. It's used in a lot of different things. You can go and buy Baltic birch in China.
Okay.
But the Russian Baltic birch that comes directly from Russia is not coming in right now. And the price of the stuff, the current stock that's in the United States, is like quadrupled in price. But you can go to China and buy the same stuff. It just goes into China, and then Chinese, it's like a third-party thing. And it's crazy. I mean, it's just crazy how the economy works and how things happen. So, but I just wanted to give you my little take on that stuff, and y'all have a good day, and catch y'all later. Thank you.
All right, Philip. Yeah, he brought up the stock market. I hadn't touched on it yet, but yeah, I had the report before me. Yeah, the stocks closing sharply lower Wednesday. Dismal results from Target, renewing fears that inflation is battering U.S. companies. The S&P 500, the benchmark for many index funds, dropped 4%. Target lost a quarter of its value, and it drug other retailers down with it after stating that their profit fell by half in the latest quarter due to the cost for freight and transportation. Now, that was one day after Walmart cited inflation for their own weak results, which sent the markets tumbling. The Dow dropped 1,164 points, or 3.6%. The NASDAQ, the tech-heavy NASDAQ, dropped 4.7%. The S&P index is now down more than 18% from the record high that they saw early this year. Now, that's just shy of the 20% decline that's considered a bear market. We're rapidly headed into a bear market. All right. Well, a lot of people are trying to guess the bottom, according to one strategist. Bottoms occur when there's nobody left to sell. Retailers were among the biggest decliners after Target plunged after their grim quarterly earnings report. Again, lost a quarter of their value after reporting earnings that fell short of the forecast. In a sign of the impact of inflation, particularly on shipping costs. Target said their operating margin for the first quarter was 5.3%. They'd been expecting 8% or better. They also said consumers returned to more normal spending habits, switching away from TVs and appliances and actually buying more toys and travel-related items. Not good numbers there. 12 before the hour. We return in two. Is that the Carolina Monkey Gouger on the board? Hang in there. Got you coming up after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said...
Only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like, if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
And we jump right back to the calls. So, are we all wrapped up at the Marina Del Rey, back on the road, trailer trucking, are we?
Oh, we trailer trucking, baby. I mean, we are trailer trucking. Hey, Steve, before I get started now, because I got a lot to bring up, I want to tell Pup, you pay your insurance, your life insurance this month. I got a bill on it. And also, you ought to be ashamed of yourself for getting in that barn down there, getting all juiced up on Saturday, and using your wife's Facebook account to cuss people out. Shame on you, Pup. So anyway, that's it with the Pup.
So he's the one that got her on the ban list. He's the one who got her thrown in Facebook jail.
Yeah, he's the one got to throw in Facebook jail. You know how he is. And while we're on the subject of drinking Bud Light, have you seen what Bud Light has done for the farmers of America, them and John Deere?
Yeah, what's that?
All right, Bud Light, apparently in 2019, pissed off every corn grower in the United States of America about they don't use corn syrup in their Budweiser, Bud Light. And I missed it. It was on a Super Bowl commercial. I don't know if you remember it or not.
They were trying to take a jab at. They were taking a jab at Miller Lite, saying that.
And Miller Lite, that skullbuster beers.
But Miller Lite said they don't use high fructose corn syrup either.
Right. Well, anyway, they have come out with a deal, and I don't know how long it's been going on, but I've been looking at these some green cans of that Bud Light, because I love that Bud Light. And they are, and them and John Deere are going to donate, I forgot how many hundreds of thousands of dollars to farm rescue, you know, like when people go in these grain elevators and training people how to, you know, it's more about farm safety. So, you know, hey, man, I'm glad old Bud Light's standing up for the people that make this country jump, the American farmer and the American. Steve, I don't know if you caught this or not, but did you see where Nancy Pelosi confessed to being a criminal last night?
No. How'd she do that?
All right, now, Nancy Pelosi got up in some news conference, and she got everybody in a damn turmoil and said what these big companies are doing to America is criminal. Well, they the one that called this, so wouldn't that make them the kingpin in the conspiracy? I can't believe you ain't seen that, man.
You're talking about the baby formula thing?
The baby formula, the fuel company, all of it. She got up and said they need to be put in prison because they were robbing America.
Okay.
Now, the way I look at this, it's on Fox News. I mean, boy, it's hit shockwaves all over. I said, hi, damn, she finally committed to it. When we going to lock her up? Let's go get all of them and lock them up. It was, I can't believe that dummy just said that. The truth come out. You know, they caused this, the American government caused this, so they should be locked up. And she admitted to it. The people that were doing this to America needed to be locked up. So anyway, that's that. Other thing I'd like to bring up is I've been hearing a lot of talk about owner-operators and all this stuff, and that, you know, we're taking the shellacking and all this. Well, Steve, for the first time since this fuel went up, I got caught off the fueling network, and I had to pay $5.15 for a gallon of diesel fuel. Now, with what we're getting with our fuel surcharge and what we're getting with the fuel discount, because we on that fuel discount program, fuel only is costing me about, now to clear this up, in the shellacking is the people like the independent owner operator that's operating on his own authority, that he's the one he's taking the shellacking. And I mean, I feel sorry for them boys, I really do. But there's some, this is going to weed out the weak. The people that's been in it for a long time and know how, they're not going to be hurt. This is a weeding out of the weak. The other thing is on these electric cars, Elon Musk has told them and told them and told them and told them, this country is not ready. It won't be ready for 25 years to go total electric. And he has repeated that and said that.
Yep.
He said, I'm in the business to sell cars, but we need to face reality, something that Washington don't have none of.
Several weeks ago, I mean, when the fuel prices first started to skyrocket like this, yes, the guy that sells electric cars said, we need to be producing more oil in this country.
Right. And he's been a thorn in their side. You know what? When you're the richest man in the world, people got to listen to you. Another thing that I'd like to bring up real fast before we get into the break, I hope I squeeze this in. State of South Carolina, I applaud you for what you've done on some of this voter straightening out this voter fraud and stuff. We are one of the few states that require a ID when you go down. They passed a law in the General Assembly, and it passed. I think the governor's supposed to have it on his desk. There will be no more outside contributions in the state of South Carolina. So Mark Zuckerberg and Barbara Streisand can't come over there and get one of these third world Democrats all the millions of dollars in the state of South Carolina. They have been cut out. But I mean, they'll find some way to funnel it in there. They ain't gonna cut their own throat.
I had a story yesterday. I saw also that South Carolina becomes the latest state to prohibit transgender women. In other words, a man who thinks he's a woman from competing in women's and girls' sports.
Right. You got to be whatever you're born as. They gonna classify you a boy or girl, and if you don't like it, move somewhere else. They're not gonna put up with no more of this bull crap. And a lot of these red states have passed this, and I think it's only right to the female athletes that train hard and everything, and to get these transgenders out of the sport program, or start a transgender sport program, whatever they want to do. But they had no business being in a swim meet, track meet, or anything else.
Yeah.
So, and I applaud the state of South Carolina for that. I'm glad I'm a South Carolinian, and it really made me proud that they've done a lot of stuff in the last couple weeks trying to hedge off some of this woke bull crap that we're living in right now. It really makes me proud. So, I tell you, when them grandchildren learn to start talking, there's sometimes you want to kind of tell them you don't need to be saying things when they're at the wrong time.
Yeah.
Well, last week, Bubba, I worked on them damn fish. Me and my nephew, we worked on them fish. And let's just say that we had some that shouldn't have been in the cooler. And let's just say we might have had a little bit too many. So I called David. I said, hey, meet me down here at the landing. I said, at this landing, and I said, I got to put a little fast one here. Well, Daddy comes up in the yard, and she says, Daddy, you ain't gonna believe what Pig done today. So he caught so damn many fish, he had to bring them out 2 coolers. I said, wow, you don't be telling stuff like that. I said, especially to the po-po girlfriend. I said, you can't do things like that. And she says, why? You caught all the fish in the lake? I said, oh, no, baby. There's plenty of fish left in the lake.
Well, yeah,
They
you
just said,
told
"What
her.
you talking about?"
You told her. You said, I done caught every damn fish in this lake.
So anyway, you know, it kind of tickled me, you know, and everything. But anyway, we back online, we back trucking and getting the job done out here. We're trying to feed America and want to tell everybody truck them safe. So far, I have not run into those people with them creepy collars getting under trucks. I have dodged them every way I can. But really, I hadn't seen anything out the ordinary. As far as this road check, I've been hearing about it, seeing it on Facebook and everything, but, you know, that's about it. But anyway, I'm going to back on out of here, let somebody else get in here and see you. It's good talking to you, and we'll talk to you tomorrow night.
Good to have you back on board. And, yeah, just don't be telling the grandkids things. Little white lies like, yeah, Papaw said he caught every fish in the lake. There ain't no more fishies left. They'll believe you. And we'll return for our final hour right after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
North Korea is readying an imminent intercontinental ballistic missile test as U.S. President Joe Biden prepares to travel to South Korea this week. This, according to UPI and a South Korean national security advisor. U.S. and South Korean officials have warned in recent weeks that North Korea is also getting ready to conduct a nuclear weapon test. Biden will arrive in Seoul on Friday for a 3-day visit. A former Minneapolis police officer pleaded guilty Wednesday to a state charge of aiding and abetting second-degree manslaughter in the killing of George Floyd. As part of the plea deal, Thomas Lane will have a count of aiding and abetting second-degree unintentional murder dismissed. The state is recommending a sentence of 3 years for Lane and has agreed to allow him to serve time in a federal prison. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
While protesters continue their siege at the homes of U.S. Supreme Court members over a leaked court opinion draft regarding abortion, Justice Clarence Thomas hit back against the elite media. Thomas, during a conference,
one of the things I say in response to the media is when they talk about the way I did my job, I said, I will absolutely leave the court when I do my job as poorly as you do yours. And that was meant as a compliment, really.
Tens of billions of dollars will be spent on supporting farmers, addressing the fertilizer supply crisis, and developing land for food production. According to the U.S. Treasury, the Asian Development Bank will contribute funds to feeding Afghanistan and Sri Lanka, and the African Development Bank will use $1.5 billion to assist 20 million African farmers. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne LaRouche. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download on iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
For more than a week, the national average for gas has reached a record price each day, with Wednesday clocking in at $4.57 per gallon. That's 48 cents higher than a month ago and $1.43 more than last year. This driver told WJRT in Flint, Michigan, she's not sure how she can handle much more.
I'm on a fixed income, and this is really impacting me. I can't hardly go no place for the price of the gas.
The investigation into a China Eastern Airlines plane crash continues, and reports reveal the crash may have been intentional.
A Chinese plane crash that killed 132 people may have been an intentional nosedive. The China Eastern Alliance flight crashed into a mountain in South China back in March, killing 123 passengers and 9 crew members. A report in the Wall Street Journal says a probe into the crash indicates that someone in the cockpit had put the Boeing 737 into a near vertical nosedive. Records show the plane was cruising at 29,000 feet before it suddenly plummeted into the side of a mountain. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
A British media outlet is reporting Cardinal Joseph Zen is scheduled to appear in court in Hong Kong on May 24th. Zen was arrested earlier this month under China's national security law, but was released on bail a day later. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, less time for Lee. Let me give you the rest of the story. As in, yes, snow is back in the forecast for some. The cold push will begin to overspread Colorado starting tonight, as in Thursday night into Friday morning. Denver, you're gonna plummet at least 50 degrees from highs in the middle 80s today, where you'll just be in the mid 30s by Friday morning. Whoa! Yeah, temperatures probably won't rise more than just a couple degrees then Friday before dipping all the way down into the 20s Friday night. And there you have your snow in the forecast. How about that? Yeah, later today, Denver's right. Forecast to hit close to 90 before the dramatic cool down begins to unfold later in the day. In Cheyenne, Wyoming, you're also on the hook to maybe pick up some snow. Fort Collins, Colorado Springs, also on the list of Colorado cities that'll at least pick up a little bit of accumulating snowfall. Now, in the higher elevations on the eastern-facing slopes of the Colorado Front Range, we could be talking a foot or more of snow from this storm. Of course, with the trees beginning to bud out, mid-spring trees leafing out at the lower elevations and even the intermediate elevations. Yeah, even a couple of inches of snow clinging to those trees could bring down branches, ultimately bringing down power lines or just blocking roadways. So it's going to get kind of crazy in parts of the west. Now, the big wave of cool air keeps on flowing southeastward beyond the Rockies. After highs in the 90s and near 100 much of this week, temperatures tumble Friday night into Saturday, all the way down into the southern plains. How about Oklahoma City, for example? After the mid-80s for high temperatures on Friday, you'll drop into the 50s by Saturday morning, and maybe back to highs in the middle 60s later that day. Even as far as Dallas, Texas, you're going to be trending downward from the mid-90s on Friday to the lower 80s on Saturday, and then lows in the 50s Saturday night, and probably not even going to warm up any warmer than the 70s, again in Dallas, for Sunday. Get ready for a cool-off. How many have taken their winter gear out of your trucks? Don't you? Yeah, maybe you just have a windbreaker or something. In some cases, you're going to be wanting to break out the heavy winter gear, depending on your travels. Well, good morning, Rambler.
Well, praise God. Good morning, Steve, and hello, Overdrive Night Nation. Wonderful to be on with you tonight. And, Steve, I'm sorry I hadn't called, but I have been listening and paying attention. Yes, sir, I have been. So I've been a good student. You mentioned the stock market a while ago. You know, almost 3 weeks ago, our stock at O'Reilly Auto Parts was $10 away from hitting $800 a share. This is how you know we're about to hit a recession, because normally during bad economy, the auto parts business always flourishes because people can't afford to buy new cars. They got to fix the ones that they have.
Fix the old car.
Well, man, it's exactly like you had to do on that Cadillac, and a few cuss words and a few school busters, and you finally got that. You finally got that cotton picking power steering pump change, you know. So, all right, praise God. But, you know, hey, man, the bad thing is auto parts ain't selling. Our stock took a dump down from $790. That was almost 3 weeks ago. We're at $599 a share and still falling. So, yeah, if that ain't a clear sign, I don't know what is, Steve. But there's also some clear signs also. And I heard Chevy guys call a while ago, and I love old Chevy guy, and I love Knuckle Buster too. Both of them seem at times they know what they're talking about when it comes to the Word of God. But he mentioned about the Hebrew slaves, the land of Goshen. That's where Joseph bowed before Pharaoh, and he gave that land to them during that famine, so that the 12 tribes can join and live at. The 12 tribes being Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, Gad, Asher, Dan, Naphtali, Joseph, and Benjamin. So, yes, you know, studying the Word of God's paid off. I've been able to retain that kind of knowledge. But, you know, it was predicted, Steve, roughly 200 years before they were to be imprisoned. God told Abraham, and I go to the Word of God, I go to Genesis chapter 15, and I start in verse number 13, and God told, before he even changed Abraham's name, he was still known as Abram. And God said to Abram, listen to this, he said unto Abram, know of a sure that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge. And afterwards shall they come out with great substance. That's right. And we know the nation of Israel, you know, under Joshua, marched across the Jordan River. First city they conquered was Jericho, and, you know, so on and so forth, and many kings and everything like that. We know that, you know, it was predicted, you know. Something else that's predicted is the second coming of Christ, God's children, and you need to be prepared. You know, Steve, I go to the Word of God, and this is going to be a sobering slap to a lot of people's face of reality. You know, Jesus says in Matthew chapter 24, he says, and woe unto them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days. Now, what's happening right now, God's children? Tell me right now what's going on. Woe. Parents are in fear because there ain't no formula. You know? Woe. God's children, Steve, we are in the last days. We are in them. And sometimes I feel like poor old Noah. You know, I go every Sunday, 7 o'clock p.m. to Turbine Ministries Church. You know, I come on this program with Steve. I'm so very thankful you allow me to, because I heard the other caller. I started laughing when he said the shish kebab word, and he got cut off. I was kind of interested to see how far he would go, but you know, if he said the shish kebab word, pretty much the F bomb would have come next. You know, we don't want that on the show. You know,
Yeah.
you know, and that 4-letter. And I know you have your favorite 4-letter word, FREE. You know, you like the free stuff. Heck, I like free stuff too. You know, don't get me wrong. I love being invited to preach at churches that have the dinner on the ground. You know, and go on there and just load my plate up of some of that good cooking. You know, it's free, even though these ladies and some men put an effort into it. But you know, I get sad sometimes because I feel like Noah. Took Noah roughly 71 to 73 years, Steve, to build that ark. And, you know, the entire time he was building it, he was preaching to those people and he was telling them people the flood's coming. They laughed and mocked him. And, you know, my son, Star Wars Dane, read me something. I don't know what state it is, and I don't know if he got his facts right, but the mere fact that a 15-year-old child read this to me about some people are protesting, I forget what state, wanting to make bestiality, you know, having a right to marry your animal legal. You know, that's what they were doing in Sodom and Gomorrah, in Zipporah, and some of those other cities before God rained down fire and brimstone and destroyed them. It's what they were doing in the days of Noah. You know, and Jesus said it's going to be just like it was in the days of Noah. So God's children, you can laugh and make fun of me. I don't care, because I'm going to love you anyway. I'm going to show you nothing but love, give you a hug. I see I'd even get you some coffee or a Dr. Pepper, you know, but make no mistake about it, God's children. If you don't know where you stand with Jesus Christ, you better figure it out, because the Word of God says no man can serve two masters. You're either going to love one or hate the other. Jesus also says the blind can't lead the blind unless they both fall in a ditch. And I tell you, these last days, you better not be falling in a ditch, you know. And I appreciate the program, Steve, what you're doing, getting the news out. And I know I don't call every night, but I'm sure enough listening. And you're doing a good job getting the information out. I tell you what, I love hearing old monkey gouger call. You know, old monkey gouger, knuckle buster. That's like the comedy relief. that little old grandchild of his talking about, well, Papa, you caught all the fish in the lake. You're like,
Right.
hey, don't be telling the popo that.
Yeah.
It's about like old Pappy took all the weeds out of the garden, you know? You know what I mean? Those left-handed weeds that him and Gilligan like to partake in and eat big huge bowls of cereal and laugh at each other like Beavis and Butthead. But all joking aside, I really appreciate the program. I appreciate all you who follow me and what we're doing at the Turbine Ministries Church. I can't thank you enough. You know who you are. And I'll try and call in one more night. But get yourself ready, God's children, because it's just a moment. Look, the Lord says, you know, when you're not even expecting him, like a thief in the night.
Yep.
You know, the twinkling in the blink of an eye, according to 1 Corinthians 15:52. At the last trump of God, the twinkling in the blink of an eye, he's going to come. And if I was you, I wouldn't want to be left behind here. It's going to be awful catastrophic. But we love you, God's children, and remember, love is just not a 4-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And as Jesus can love you, and he does, and Brother Rambler, all the way in Gramercy, Louisiana, looking at this oil refinery, loves you, and I definitely do. Thank you, Steve. God bless you, man. I'll try and call in one more night. Good night, everybody.
We'll be here for a Friday morning if all goes according to plan, as they say. Yeah, Elon Musk has been in the news quite a bit as of late, obviously, for numerous reasons, primarily the whole Twitter, the on-again, off-again deal, which I'm not sure exactly where that is right now. But he's in the news this past day for a different reason. Twitter is reeling after Elon Musk claims he will be voting for Republicans in the midterm elections. That's unheard of for Elon Musk. During a live episode of the All In podcast at a Miami tech conference, Musk told his host, "I will be voting for Republicans in the upcoming elections," despite his track record of pretty much exclusively. He's always voted for the Democrats. He actually said, "I have voted overwhelmingly for Democrats historically, overwhelmingly, like I'm not sure, I may have never voted for a Republican." Just to be clear with you, in this election, I will. He provided some insight to his reasoning. The Democrats are not necessarily controlled by the people. They're controlled by the special interests. That's not who puts them there. Their job, their one and only job, is to represent the people, their constituents. He says, quote, "The issue here is the Democrat Party is overwhelmingly controlled by the unions and the trial lawyers, particularly the class action lawyers. And generally, if you see something that's not in the interest of the people on the Democrat side, it's going to be because of unions, which is just another form of monopoly and the trial lawyers." He did ding Republicans a bit, claiming that their side's problems comes from corporate evil and religious zealotry. He claimed he was a moderate in the past, but either way, the news in the next cycle kind of stunned Twitter users. Conservative radio host Bucks Sexton tweeting that Musk knows how insane it would be to vote for a Democrat. The choice is going to be sane versus insane come November. Good choice, Elon. Let's see. Another radio host, Hugh Hewitt, a conservative radio host, says, so Elon Musk has declared for freedom. Good. Independent journalist Tim Pool writes, maybe the left should reflect on why people are fleeing them for freedom. Another, let's see, the Rubin Report host, Dave Rubin, says, bingo, Elon Musk. You don't have to be a Republican, but you can't be a Democrat. And for now, you have to vote for Republicans to save this country, and we can hash out the rest of this stuff afterwards. A conservative comedian, the Hodge twins, says Elon Musk just announced he's voting Republican. Well, what would you expect from a genius? Okay. Elon in the news. We'll return after this.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up. And go
going 1,500 miles on a full tank? Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, just got an email from our trash hauler friend Steve, and he reminded me, he said, yeah, I sent you an explanation what we're doing. We were kind of questioning. They're hauling trash from Columbus to Indianapolis. And he explained, thanks for the heads up. He said, we have a customer here in Columbus that runs a zero waste facility. Metal goes to a scrap yard. Unused food product goes to a farm to be turned into field fertilizer. And any other waste goes to a trash burning power plant in Indianapolis. So there you go, power plant. All right. Well, he said, well, today is another day. And it's one of those days. The good news is we're one day closer to the weekend, though. I got the feeling it's going to be one of those lay around and just kind of rest the whole time kind of weekends coming up here. All right. Good to have you with us, Steve. And thanks for explaining that to us. It was a power generating burning facility. And with that, let me get to the Mercury Man. Morning, Mercury Man. How we doing?
Hey, Steve. How's it going, man?
Hanging with him.
Waiting on the weekend.
Yes, sir.
If I talk too much, just keep me over to after the break. I got a lot to say right quick. I think the last time I called you, I think I told you that I had put in an order for a half a cow, and I got my processing fee and everything yesterday. And for that half a cow hanging weight, it's going to be right about $6.80 a pound. And that's pretty much what ground beef is selling for here in the central Mississippi area anyway. But I'm getting right at 400 pounds of beef and everything off of that. But I was expecting it to be a little bit more than that as far as the price goes and everything. But no, it was just a little under $7 a pound, which I thought was pretty decent considering the price of beef and everything else today. But you had talked a while ago about the restaurant here in Jackson called Sal and Mookie's.
Yeah.
Talking about the chicken wings.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
sir.
We service that. As you know, I work for U.S. Foods here in Jackson, and we service that restaurant. He's got three different places that that we service, and he's right about them boxes of chicken wings. I was going to buy some a couple of months ago, and even at that time, it was for a 40-pound box. It was like $150, $149, and that's my cost. And we get a little discount. So yeah, them chicken wings. Now he's got a really good restaurant. It's a pizzeria style restaurant, and their pizzas are very good too. I can't complain. But their chicken wings, if you go in there and sit, I've eaten there several times. Their chicken wings are expensive, but I think you get like 6 wings for $10.90 or something like that. For
yeah, you remember the days when like when Buffalo Wild Wings would have 50-cent wing Tuesdays and all that. Remember those days? It wasn't that long ago, but they ain't no 50-cent wings anymore.
No, it's not. It's $1.50 wing.
Bingo.
Yeah, it's expensive nowadays. But even I had bought a box of steaks I guess, about 6 months ago from my company here through our will call, and it worked out. We get them from Stockyard Steaks, and it was prime ribeyes, and it worked out to like $18.50 a pound back then. So I told my wife, I said, I think we're gonna get us a cow cut up and just, So far it's gonna work out pretty good, I do believe. But that now as far as chickens go down here, you could buy like a 20-pound box of leg quarters for like $19, and that's what we did. We bought several boxes of those and put them up, vacuum sealed them, and put them in our deep freeze and everything, But it's gonna get a lot worse, I'm afraid, and I hope this cow lasts us a whole year. I'm assuming it will. If we don't have any power outages or anything like that, to knock it out. Of course, I got a couple of generators I can put them on, but
as long as you can find diesel, as long as you can find some diesel to put in the generators.
Yeah, well, see, and me myself, I drive an hour to work every day, and I spend in my little Honda, even at that Honda, I'm spending about $72 a week just to fill my car, just to go to work. And that's just, I call it the cost of doing business. But man, I'll tell you what, when I first started this job, it took me $12 a week to go back and forth.
Yep.
And it's just crazy, man. It's crazy. But yeah, and I just think it's going to get a lot worse before it gets any better. But if you want to hit that break, go ahead. I'll hold over.
Okay, if you got more for us, let me take care of business there. Somebody said, hey, beer is now cheaper than gas. So let's just drink and not drive. There's an idea. Yeah, boy. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Free speech wins. For now. The Department of Homeland Security paused its new Disinformation Governance Board on Wednesday, and the board's director will resign. This follows weeks of questions about whether the board would encroach on free speech rights, but the board isn't gone for good yet. A DHS advisory council will make recommendations in 75 days. Gas prices across the nation hit record highs on Wednesday. The nationwide average is more than $4.50 a gallon. In California, prices have topped $6 per gallon. One driver spoke to KTLA.
Start going local instead of going far. I usually go out to LA, sometimes to Pomona and stuff like that. I start going local. If I don't go local, I'll start taking I'll take the bus or the bike.
The cost of diesel fuel is running close to $7 per gallon in parts of the U.S. This is USA Radio News.
Do your pets have the same energy they used to? Do they have problems with itching, scratching, a dull coat, or goopy ears? Then your pets need Dinovite.
DINOVITE.com.
For over 20 years, pet owners have trusted Dinovite to supplement their pet's diet.
We started Dinovite, and in our first box, we noticed a difference.
Dinovite is an all-natural daily supplement made from whole foods that help support your pet's immune system, digestion, skin, and coat.
Within 3 weeks, he's not scratching and itching, and he's an all-around happier dog.
Today's commercial pet foods are processed at high temperatures, which bakes out all the essential goodness. These processed foods can lack the essential vitamins, enzymes, and probiotics that contribute to overall good health. Adding a scoop of Dinovite to your pet's food bowl is the answer.
If you love your pets as much as I do, you'll want to do what's best for them to live long, healthy, happy lives.
I have 2 cats and 2 dogs. All 4 of them are on the Dinovite.
You won't believe how happy your dog will be.
DINOVITE.com.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, I was just looking at some crypto news during the break there, story that just published less than an hour ago from CoinDesk, which states waning sentiment around strong economic growth causing the second day of sell-offs in broader markets. On Thursday morning, Asian markets have slid following the day of red in the United States equities, leading to sell-offs in Bitcoin and other major cryptocurrencies. Bitcoin failed to regain support at 30,000 after falling below that level on Wednesday, hovering now closer to 29,000 with support at 27,000 should it lose current levels. Weakness in Bitcoin spread to the crypto majors, with Solana's SOL and Cardano's ADA losing as much as 9% in the past 24 hours to lead the losses. Traders likely risked off from major cryptocurrencies and anticipating a further drop in the global markets. Price movements in cryptocurrency have lately tracked closely with those in the U.S., Bitcoin trading similar to a risky technology stock. Ether dipping 4%. Polkadot's DOT fell 7%. Dogecoin dropped 5%. And TRX gained a nominal 0.2%, while Polygon erased Wednesday's gains with a 9% slump. Crypto market capitalization decreased by 3% to under $1.3 billion. So that kind of tracked with the stock market on Wednesday. As we talked earlier, Target missing their estimates, sending their share price plunging more than 22%. So if you had a lot of Target in your portfolio, it was a bad day yesterday. All right, let me get back. Mercury Man hanging in there. Welcome back, sir.
Hey, thanks for holding me over there, Steve. I guess as far as the restaurant business and stuff like that we do, we are a pretty good barometer of what the economy is coming to, because if people stop eating, our volumes go down pretty quickly. They're pretty much from week to week, and our volume so far has pretty much gained from week to week. Of course, it's becoming summertime, and that's when we usually get our busiest time of the year. But we have steadily went up. Now, I know they sent out a memo corporate wide the other day talking about fuel prices and everything. They're harping on that now. Every time we get out of the truck, cut the truck off, and just certain things like that. But as far as our volumes go, our volumes have been steadily climbing. Now they were talking about what was it? It was when they brought up the subject about the fuel prices and everything. When they start bitching about fuel prices and all, it just makes it hard on us, because they can't keep nobody to work down here anyway, and then it just pile on all kind of stuff on top of it and all that. But yeah, and I'm afraid it's going to get a lot worse before it gets any better or anything. I mean, and y'all were talking the other day about, somebody had asked a question about these inspectors that come along and supposed to inspect your trailers and have them washed out and cleaned, sterilized and everything. Now, as far as we go, we have inspectors that they show up unannounced at our facilities, and they'll go out there and inspect trailers and all that, and if they're not up to par or whatever, they let them know to rectify it real quick. Like, hey, we don't know when they come and stuff like that. They can come in the middle of the night and come up here and look at this stuff. But as far as that goes, yeah, we try to keep everything real clean, and it's the driver's responsibility to let them know if something's in that trailer that needs to be cleaned out. By God, you let them people in the shop back there know, and they'll clean it all out. They'll wash it out and sterilize it and everything, So they're real serious about that stuff. They don't want no contaminants or anything like that. And if we have food coming back that customers refuse or stuff like that, especially if it's seafood, it does not get sold back. It gets dumped. You could have 50 boxes of crab legs, and if it comes back, it gets dumped. They don't take any chances with seafood, fish, anything like that. The meat will go back to an inspector. If it don't pass the bar on the inspection, it gets dumped. But they really harp on that stuff. The salesman, if the salesman sells something and it's the wrong product going to something like that, they can lose their job quick if they had to bring several boxes like that back. Because I know we do a lot of casinos down here. My route takes me to the Mississippi Delta up here. I run twice a night to Greenwood, and we do a lot of the casinos up there. And that's some $high stuff. And if they had to refuse something and send it back like that, yeah, that could cost a salesman's job real quick. Thousands of dollars, coming back, and they don't like that at all. But other thing, we had something happen down here in Jackson a few days ago that just talking about how evil the world is. This woman pulled over on the side of the highway. I guess she just snapped. I don't know if it was on the interstate or what, but she pulled over and pulled her baby out of her car seat and just commenced to beating that baby along the damn side of the highway. And by the time somebody saw what she was doing and they stopped her and everything, you know, she done pretty much beat that baby half to death. And of course, the baby had died a couple of days later and everything.
Wow.
And the sheriff up here, he was doing a press conference and everything, and you could really tell it had tore him up, because he said, I've never seen anything like that. And he said, I don't remember the exact word, but he said that I'm wishing for the baby to just to pass on, because it was,
wow.
She beat that baby ungodly. And I think her last name was Jolly, if I'm not mistaken, but a young girl, and just, I don't understand what that's just evil. That's just plain damn evil. Somebody do that to their kid like that, you know. And I don't think the little child was that old. It's less than a year old, I do believe.
Wow.
But just things like this, just crap like that, boy. Just, I don't know.
Very disturbing. Yeah. Now,
yes, it is.
You're backing up a little bit. You made the statement, when people stop eating, you're talking about when they stop dining out, because you're talking about the restaurant service.
Yeah.
Okay, when they stop dining out. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, when they stop dining out, it don't take long for us to notice it, because all our orders are weekly, all our orders really are daily, but most of the time they're weekly, and it starts dropping off real quick because they won't order, the restaurants won't order it. We have several places that we do a lot of the national accounts. You know, we do nursing homes, hospitals, and all that stuff, and they're pretty much the same year round. They don't usually change. But when those national accounts start slacking off ordering and stuff, yeah, it don't take long, and you could tell it, because we have, on an average night, we'll push out probably 45 to 55,000 cases every night, and when they stop ordering and everything, it may drop down to 35, 33, 30, you know, somewhere along in there. But it don't take long to figure it out, you know. So it's a good barometer of what people do. That disposable income, you know, if they ain't gonna go to movies, they ain't gonna go eat out. They'll be fixing bologna sandwiches and potato chips you know, when they get home. They ain't going to Sally Mookie's and get that $25 pizza.
Exactly.
You know?
Kind of what we saw back at when the restaurants all had to shut down because of the COVID. You know, everybody was stocking up and
That's right.
to eat at home. Yep.
That's right. I know during the middle of that, we were doing like 15, 20,000 cases, and most of that was pretty much all of that was the local nursing homes and the hospitals here. But yeah, it's I'm afraid it's going to get a lot worse before it gets any better. So, but hey, if Rambler's listening, hey Rambler, I need a cam phaser for a 2009 Honda Accord with a 2.4 liter, and just send it to me in the mailbox, and I'll settle it with you later. 10-4?
10-4. Thank you much there. Have a good morning, Mercury Man. Thank you for checking in. Okay, about 12 before the hour. This is a woman by the name of Joy Pullman. I'm just going to share a bit of her piece this morning. You know, the question is, this administration, is Joe Biden actually trying to destroy this country? Because that's what how many that call this program say, this cannot be accidental. Yeah, it's impossible to be this incompetent, because every single thing he does is detrimental to this country. Joy says, many have watched President Biden's feckless performance over the last 18 months and concluded he is grossly incompetent. And so is the party that decided to put him in the White House. Yet the incompetent rises to such a level that it begs the question, if Biden were in fact actively attempting to destroy the United States, would he be doing anything differently? Consider just the last 2 years of the devastating lockdowns that China unleashed on this world with the coronavirus. First the virus, and then in its totalitarian response that the rest of the world echoed, Could it be mere incompetence, or does it rise to the level of actual malice to double down on transferring the United States soft and hard power to China, following the obvious of an episode, compounding the devastating China lockdown response that the Democrats demanded, with U.S. officials fomenting war in Eastern Europe by foolishly suggesting that Ukraine join NATO. The resulting war is not only undermining potential U.S. responses to our top adversary in China, but needlessly pushing Americans, punishing us with higher energy and food prices. You know, that's a valid point. The whole thing about, why is we leading up to this Ukraine invasion by Russia. How many of us were saying, why doesn't the U.S. just come right out and tell them that? Why doesn't Ukraine come out and say we're not looking to join, we're not going to join NATO? That supposedly was the straw that broke the camel's back, right? But they would not relent. Kept saying, yeah, they're going to join, they're going to join, they're going to further compound the foolish rush to expand rather than end a war that lacks any significant U.S. strategic interest, with the deliberate destruction of our own energy independence and prosperity, while all at the same time telling Americans he's not at all choking energy production. It's not me. Biden is, in fact, choking U.S. energy production. He blames these malevolent decisions on Vladimir Putin, while actually enabling Putin's power by taking away American energy as an alternative to Russian energy on the world markets. That also now enables the rise of China, which is in no way handicapping their energy supplies nor their domestic manufacturing. A U.S. dependent on foreign dictators for our key goods is a weak United States, as we've seen. Looking at all this, one would have to believe our ruling class is either a lot stupider than their voters, or they're so evil that they're willing to sell their own country to regimes that operate concentration camps and want to control the globe. And then you add in the evidence that Biden's son compromised his father's foreign policy by accepting Chinese bribes, and the Biden administration's subjugation of American interest to China's anti-American designs makes more, but far more alarming sense. And without any White House response except submission, China is shipping human-destroying drug materials to the Mexican cartels that they then feed throughout our cities, along with a destabilizing influx of unknown border crossers. Rather than responding in kind to this act of foreign aggression against our country, the Biden administration assists in foreign interest destruction of our country by abandoning our borders, leaving it to the violent cartels who are literally enriching themselves in human suffering. Everything the Biden White House does seems designed to make everything in this nation worse, not better. Just look over his economic policy, which consists of setting astride a dangerously inflationary economy, insisting that we need hundreds of billions more in deficit spending. This dynamic includes policies not even in the news, such as the reality that a weak Biden economy is increasingly twisting the Obamacare ratchet, forcing more and more middle-class people onto the crappy single-payer health insurance program that is Medicaid, because they can't afford the government-inflated premiums. She goes on, but yeah, you do have to wonder, is it actually by design? Is it even possible to be this incompetent? And even realizing that Joe's not running the show. He's just the puppet. Who are the masters that are trying to destroy this country? All right, quickly to the blind man. Yes, sir. What's happening, blind man?
Well, yesterday I went across the street to my neighbor's 1-acre vegetable farm. There was a rally for a county council who's running for a seat at large. And I'm telling you, I felt like I was in the twilight zone. I mean, when it was my turn to ask a question, I was complaining about the sidewalks. They put bricks down, claiming that the water can go in between the bricks, but they come loose. People trip on them. Go back to the original cement sidewalks where it was, steady. People won't be falling. Oh, we'll look into it. Well, I'm not holding my breath on that one. And they tried to get me to give a donation. I said no, and I won't put up a yard sign. I just felt completely out of place. I got into a little bit of an argument with a neighbor over guns. She says we need a lot less guns, and I said no, we need more of them to protect yourself. And I said I'd like to get one, and I wonder what kind of a gun a blind person could get to protect himself. But all in all, I felt like I was in the twilight. So, and listening to Mercury Man talk about that baby being beaten up, well, putting my tongue in my cheek, well, that's woman's choice. And I heard something the other day on the radio. Some woman was asked, can a woman get an abortion up to the day the baby's born and all that? She kept saying it's woman's choice. Yep. So there you go. And I feel
that was the legislation the Democrats were they put up for a vote. Was it last week before, trying to codify abortion, but literally codifying abortion legal up to the day of birth, which is hard to fathom. But that's what you've got with the Democrat Party in this country. All right, let's go, Brandon. And let's wrap it up here for a Thursday morning. Blind man, hey, good to have you on board, and we'll chat again. And coming up here at the midnight hour, Thursday night into Friday morning, we'll be getting set for the weekend. We'll have our final program, 5 hours to wrap up another week here. Hope you'll join us for another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. float in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams, give me my dreams.